Channel 4.
Columbia Pictures presents Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor.
They got this Korean doctor just set foot in this country. He's the one made the mistake on me. Pretty.
How do you go?
Together again in Stir Crazy. Stir Crazy, rated R.
That's right, we're bad.
Check newspapers for a theater near you.
They call me a maniac.
Brenda Vaccaro for Playtex tampons.
I think it's important to know the facts about tampons, to use them intelligently, and to know what you're doing. Let me tell you why I like Playtex best. Only Playtex tampons have a double-layered design. I like that. And Playtex knows we're not all the same or want the same kind of tampon, so you can choose the one that's right for you. I like that, too. And I like knowing you just can't buy a better tampon protection than Playtex tampons or Playtex deodorant tampons. And that's the truth. Playtex, a name I can count on, and so can you.
Europeans like Heineken. But they drink and enjoy more Kronenbourg than any other bottle of beer. Europeans love Kronenbourg. Now in America, people are discovering they like Heineken. But Kronenbourg, that's love. Kronenbourg, Europe's #1 bottle of beer.
A Toot will be the leader of the Stone Age. He will inspire the men and zug-zug the women. He will protect them from all the beasts of the earth. Ringo Starr, Barbara Bach, Caveman, rated PG.
Starts Friday at select area theaters.
Head & Shoulders doesn't have it. Selsun Blue doesn't have it. Only Denerex has it. An extra relief medicine to stop dandruff itch. You can feel it tingle.
All three have one medicine for dandruff itch, but only Denerex adds a second medicine, an exclusive anti-itch medicine many dermatologists recommend.
You can feel it tingle. That's extra relief medicine, and only Denerex has it.
In regular or New Mountain Fresh Herbal, Denerex stops dandruff itch with an extra relief medicine.
Does Honda build 45 different motorcycles?
I want one with everything on it. Hey, $1 a day keeps the gas station away.
Honda builds more, so you get more of a choice. But hurry, the sooner you get here, the more choice you get.
Come on, you could tell me.
Follow the leader.
How fast does it really go?
He's on a Honda.
I never had it so good. I never had it so good.
I never had it so good since I discovered Nature's Organics Plus Henna Shampoo and Conditioner.
With more natural henna extract than any leading shampoo or conditioner.
Just look at the shine, body, and bounce, and it won't change the color of your hair.
For really beautiful hair, try Nature's Organics Plus Henna Shampoo and Conditioner for shine,
body,
and bounce.
Orion Pictures presents John Boorman's Excalibur.
I shall find the man and give birth to a god.
An empire born of legend and lust, where the only fear is the pain of love.
I protect my innocence.
Were I not king, I would make you pay with your life.
Excalibur, rated R. Now playing. Check newspapers for local listing.
Share the good times with your friends. Make friends with Autopsy. Make friends with the wine so pure and rare. It's made to share, share a little laughter and enlightenment. Sip a smile, Jacobazzi style. Make friends with Jacobazzi. Naturally pure. Jacobazzi, naturally pure.
My brother Jake and I make real sweet sounds, but on car rentals, we play a different tune. I head for budget. He goes to Old Yeller. I get good quick service. He does too. But I get this roomy, real plush Lincoln for less than his Granada. And I get the good news at the end of it all. But he, Jake, you ever hear about the fool and his money?
You don't give up a thing at budget. We're your number one.
Grace, is that you?
No, it's Miss America. I'm here doing dishes between appearances.
Still with the jokes. Listen, did you get SOS?
No.
No, but I told you it's better than Brillo.
I know.
The soap lasts longer.
I know.
And it cuts grease quicker than Brillo.
I know.
So, Grace, SOS could get you out of the kitchen faster.
Who wants to get out of the kitchen faster?
Sunday, Fugitive from the Empire, a world premiere movie.
WPIX-FM. Less talk, more...
FSR, a low-slung custom cruiser from its fullback bars to its 48-spoke wheels. And for a limited time, just $24.99. The Kawasaki 650 CSR.
Oh, yeah.
Pick yours up before someone else does.
Now at Saco City Kawasaki, Stanford Cycle and Sled, and Riverhead Kawasaki.
Don't you sit there. Come on and play.
There are millions of prizes to win in McDonald's $10 million Build a Big Mac game.
Wow. Ranging from Coca-Cola to a Big Mac sandwich.
Even win $100,000.
Holy cow.
McDonald's biggest game ever.
But you can't win if you don't play. Well, don't just sit there. Let's go build a Big Mac and start building our fortune today.
Bob Hope's All-Star Spring Fling of jokes and songs, Monday at 9.
10 tough, mean beards versus one big shaver. Can one big shave them all?
I'm going to bring this Bic to its knees.
It's just Bic versus barbed wire. After my beard, that Bic's going to need a stretcher.
It's amazing. It looks like one big shaver is going to shave these 10 tough beards.
Hey, you gave me a great shave.
Yeah, big shave of 10, talks nothing.
Yes, one big shave these 10 tough beards. How many shaves can you get?
Here's to good friends. Tonight is time.
First Lane! One solo and he's ready for the space program. I'm going to set this thing down in about 10 minutes and I expect a terrific reception. How about us and a case of Lowenbrow? Perfect.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Must have been great up there.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty great down here.
It's a living legend, big as New York City and just as exciting. See Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, where the thrills keep right on coming, as the world's greatest animal trainer commands the largest array of ferocious animals ever assembled in 3 rings of dazzling spectacle, extravaganza, and fun. Don't miss New York's best entertainment value. The all-new 111th edition of the greatest show on earth is at Madison Square Garden now. For information, call 212-564-4400. Tickets on sale at the box office, Ticketron, or charge it.
Do it at the gas. Get that good up feeling. Do it up.
Fall in America for Yellow Tag savings. 15 to 30% off. Store-wide. Guy fashion denim jeans looking good for only $16.95. Crowd-pleasing colorful terry shirts at just $11.95. And student-size Levi's denim jeans for less, only $15.95.
Fall into the gap.
Saving money is in fashion when you fall into the gap.
Fresh as a walk through the woods on an early spring morning.
Fresh is a gentle breeze that takes you by surprise. Fresh is simple with Summer's Eve, the most convenient disposable douche you can buy. This exclusive one-piece unit means there's nothing to assemble, and it's available in 2 fragrances or vinegar and water, the solution doctors recommend.
With Summer's Eve, freshness has never been simpler.
One man can bring the world to its knees. And only one man can stop him. Universal Pictures presents Sylvester Stallone in Nighthawks. Nighthawks, rated R, now playing at a theater near you.
I know.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Richards. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like going
that is
and
the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
We're also following developing news in the Karen Reed trial.
Late today, the judge released more than 100 documents with the trial slated to begin in under a week. NBC 10's Michael Rosenfield is live in Denham for us with more on what he's learning from all those pages. Michael, tell us what you see.
Glenn, here it is. The court today unsealing about 100 pages of documents in the Karen Reed case. It gives us a little bit of a better idea of what exactly her attorneys will be arguing when this case goes to trial right here at this courthouse. Attorneys for Karen Reed had asked the judge in the case to throw out the indictments against her. The judge declined, but today the court released documents that detail the attorney's arguments. Reed is accused of hitting her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her car in Canton, then leaving the scene. It happened back in 2022. Her attorneys say the grand jury that indicted Reed was misled by prosecutors, that they were never told O'Keefe's death certificate says the manner of death could not be determined, and that there were no actual witnesses who saw the alleged crime take place.
We've got a circumstantial evidence case as to how he met his death, and so it'll be both the physical evidence that the experts will testify to as to what indicates that he was or was not hit by the vehicle.
Reed's attorneys say she's being framed, and as we've heard before, they say several of the investigators have close ties with the people allegedly framing Reed for the crime.
It really does call into question whether the investigation was as thorough and independent as it should have been.
Legal analyst Michael Coyne says it would have been extraordinary for the judge to toss out the indictments, but depending on which evidence presented to the grand jury will actually be allowed at trial, Reed could have a shot at reasonable doubt. Still, he thinks she's likely responsible for the crime.
I believe personally that there isn't this great big conspiracy or cover-up. That the likelihood is that they were drinking too much and not careful enough, and unfortunately a horrible accident happened. So I think he did meet his end at her hands.
So the trial gets underway next week. Karen Reed is facing up to life in prison if convicted of the murder charge against her. Live in Dedham tonight, Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
This will be one to remember, Michael. NBC 10 Boston and NECN will have complete live coverage of the Karen Reed murder trial. It all starts next Tuesday when jury selection is scheduled to begin. When the trial starts, we will carry all the testimony live on NECN, NBC10Boston.com, and our NBC Boston streaming platforms, including Roku, Peacock, and Samsung TV.
Woo! People. Oh my goodness. Today is going to be it's going to be a pretty long stream today, guys. So I hope you're comfortable. Oh man, it's good to see you. Jesus. Listen, man, I was live last night and then I went on Deets on the Streets panel, which always turns into a marathon, and it was a long conversation. And it was interesting. It was fun. Totally unrelated to the Karen Reed case, but interesting. And I'm still wired on that coffee. I drank like 3 pots of coffee and I went to sleep and I woke up wired on this coffee. And now I'm drinking more coffee, which means object to the test. Object to the test. That's absolutely the case right now, folks. Oh my God. And Cuck Church. Oh, good morning.
I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat.
super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Buzzing for truth. Thank you. We need truth and justice. The trial is a sham. I totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, get comfortable, folks. And we're gonna be here a long time because there's over 100 pages of documents. I'm gonna try to tough out the whole damn thing. Go do the whole thing. Maybe, no promises, but I'm gonna try. It's early enough, right? We can do it. We can do it. Who's with me? Who's with me? Those of you all in like the UK, it's like past dinner time over there. Now, I gotta tell you, big news in the true crime world. O.J. Simpson is now dead. And you know what I mean? Like, cancer finally got one right. Just saying. Good riddance. I don't give a fuck about O.J. Simpson. I thought O.J. Simpson was an absolute piece of shit. And O.J. Simpson murdered Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman and got away with it. And now, for once, cancer actually gets it right. So this is the one and only time I will ever give a standing ovation to cancer. Yeah, I know he was found innocent, but O.J. Simpson was not innocent. So O.J. Simpson can kiss my ass. Fuck the juice. Seriously, the juice is spilt. I'm good. I'm glad. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, total shitbag murderer. Fuck O.J. So anyway. Now, as far as the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, now the difference is Karen Reed, the evidence actually dictates beyond a bias from the lead investigator. Beyond that, there's a shit ton of evidence to indicate that Karen Reed is innocent, unlike O.J. Simpson. So now, what I have here is, and thank you to Sleuthy Goosey for this. And what I have here now, people were asking if I could share the link to the motion to dismiss that was released in its entirety, otherwise redacted by the Commonwealth under Judge Bev's orders. We'll see if they followed that order. But here's the link, and I'm going to be going over it, and Cherry is sharing what she's got too there. Okay. And so either Acrobat or Google Drive, whichever one's easier for you. But it's there that you can read, you can download, read it on your own, do whatever you want with it. And but I'm going to read it. I'm going to go over it. I was going to go over the other motions filed by the defense. It looks like what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read those on my own, on my free time, and then and just factor those into my insight when I talk about this case and the trial moving forward. And as we saw at the end of that NBC 10 Boston 10 clip, they absolutely plan on streaming the entire trial from jury selection on. So day one of jury selection, I will be live. I will be streaming it. So make sure to subscribe. Make sure to hit the notification bell so that you get notified every time I'm live. And Clubber, no, Clubber's just back there. But he's getting big, man. Clubber's getting big, man. And he got a bone. I gave him a pork flavored bone, and he's almost done with it already. It's kind of crazy. Clubber, eat your bone, buddy. Eat your bone. Or you want to say hi? Come on. Come here. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. And Tom will be live too. Right on. Because I know Tom will be I'm guessing at the trial. So while Tom is live, Tom will be covering all of the protests that are happening outside, and you'll get the vibe of what things are like outside of the courthouse, 200 feet away from the courthouse. But regardless, Tom will be my go-to for the insight as to what's happening outside the courthouse and get the vibe of and the feel for the people out there. So make sure to subscribe to Tom CPU, who's in chat right here. I'm sure Cherry's going to drop a link if you're not subscribed to him already. But that's my favorite part. So Tom is going to be my unofficial my unofficial boots on the ground correspondent. So yeah. Yes, that's for Tom. Oh my goodness, no.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Scott McGinnis, thank you. Auntie Bev must have a set of brass ones under her robe. She ignores USDAO Josh Levy's warnings not to unseal certain things, but she aims to please the Boston Globe, her propaganda rag of choice. I cannot disagree with you, Scott McGinnis. Thank you very much, buddy. And oh my goodness.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a
Tom CPU for a new bone for Clever. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, man. So now here you've got the Norfolk, Massachusetts Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. And this is the motion to dismiss. And I'm going to try to get through it as efficiently as I possibly can. I want to thank you guys for being here and joining me, and make sure again to hit the like and make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already, and make sure you hit the bell for notifications to make sure you know when I am going live, especially for when the time comes to watch the trial. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Allison Emile, thank you so much. The Breakfast Club, Lunch Club, all wish you were coming here for the trial. That's still not completely off the table. Again, no promises. Again, it's a logistical thing for me. It's just not that easy for me to just pick up and travel. And it's not even easy for me to make plans ahead of time to do it. So, and it's not a matter of money so much as it just, like I said, logistics. So, it's not to get you guys to send me money. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Oh my goodness. Sully, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you, buddy. So now I'm going to be reading this document and I won't be able to see chat. So if I miss any important comments or miss any super chats, I do apologize. But they are greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. On April 9th, 2024, after notice to all parties and the United States Attorney's Office, the court heard oral argument on motion of Boston Globe Media Partners, LLC, to terminate or modify impoundment orders. Let me see something real quick here. Let me share with you guys real quick before I continue the statement from Josh Levy in regards to all this. Dear Judge Cannoni, the United States Attorney's Office received a copy of the motion of Boston Globe Media Partners, LLC, to terminate or modify impoundment orders, and the court's order tentatively setting a hearing on the motion on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. The court may anticipate that the United States would respond to that motion either by filing a brief in this court or appearing at any hearing on the motion. However, because the United States is not a party in this action, authorization from the Department of Justice is required before my office would appear or file a statement of interest pursuant to 28 USC 517. So, because the United States is not a party to this action, authorization from the Department of Justice required is authorization from the DOJ is required before his office can appear. So that's why we didn't see Josh Levy or anybody in the U.S. Attorney's Office in court for this motion. Nevertheless, I write to advise you concerning the applicability of the federal court protective order. As the court is aware, to the extent the impounded filings at issue in the motion reference or include materials produced by the United States Attorney's Office in response to the parties' January 18th, 2024 joint request under the Department of Justice 2 regulations, those materials are subject to the protective order entered by the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts on February 20th, 2024. That protective order was the product of discussions among my office and the parties in this action. Neither the parties themselves nor any third party, including Boston Globe Media Partners, have sought to modify that court order. It remains in full force and effect. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, Josh Levy is basically saying that the court order that was filed, I believe, to impound this, to impound their findings, stays, and they were just making that very clear. That's their position on the whole thing. So. At the conclusion of the hearing, this is the defense here. At the conclusion of the hearing, I allowed the motion in part Sorry, this is Judge Cannoni's statement here. I allowed the motion in part and vacated my prior orders of impoundment as to motion papers numbers 199, 200, 228, and 232, subject to appropriate redaction by the Commonwealth. Today, in response to that same order of April 9th, 2024, the Commonwealth has submitted to the court redacted versions of the motion papers 199, 228, and 232, which are subject to that order. So just for the record, people, if this thing is not properly redacted, this is not only on the Commonwealth, but it's also on Beverly Cannoni, because here she is signing off on this so-called redacted. Now, I don't know how redacted it is. I'm just saying, if it's not properly redacted, it's not my fault. Given the time restraints, today, in response to that same order, to April 9th, 2024, the Commonwealth has submitted to the court the redacted versions of the motion papers 199, blah, 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 which are subject to that order. Given the time restraints and in the interest of immediacy, the court releases these redacted documents marked as Exhibit A in connection with Boston Globe Media Partners, LLC's motion. The documents in Exhibit A were no longer impounded and shall be available for public inspection. The ruling in this regard is without prejudice to Boston Globe Media Partners, LLC, right to challenge and or seek modification to the redactions made by the Commonwealth. So here it says defendant's motion to dismiss indictments and memorandum in support thereof. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, Miss Reed, and respectfully request that this honorable court dismiss the indictments in the above captioned matter pursuant to Commonwealth versus Odell. Now remember, this is the motion to dismiss that Beverly Cannoni denied. We did not see this motion to dismiss in its entirety. We did not see it. It was impounded, and she sorry, I got distracted here. So she denied this motion. So this is the motion to dismiss, but remember, folks, this is already denied by Judge Cannoni. The only reason this is now released is because it is now under the condition that it is redacted. This is going to have the grand jury testimonies that were used when the defense was presenting its case for Beverly Cannoni to dismiss the case. That was the presentation to the judge to dismiss this case. This is the actual filing of that. So we only got to hear, remember, she said, well, you got 10 minutes. After she said, we'll take all day. And they were like, what? 10 minutes. So this is what is in relation to, and only, not the 31. This is obviously only 100 and some odd pages. The 3,100 page document is still impounded. But this is the stuff that the court hearing made a reference to. And this is what she allowed to be released. And real quick, is Grant really going on Law and Crime today? If so, I'd love a time for that. Because if I'm still live, I definitely want to go over it. So yeah. On June 9th, 2022, Miss Reed was indicted for murder in the second degree in violation of manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol in violation of blah, 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 and leaving the scene of personal injury and death in violation of blah, blah, blah. The instant charges stem from the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, who was found unresponsive at approximately 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, in the front yard of the home of another Boston police officer, Brian Albert. Over the course of 14 days, the Commonwealth presented the testimony of 41 witnesses to the grand jury. The Commonwealth called law enforcement officers from the Canton Police Department who responded to the crime scene just after 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Officer Stephen Seraph, Sergeant Sean Good, Officer Stephen Mullaney, and Detective Sergeant Michael Lank responding EMTs, paramedics, and members of the Canton Fire Department, including Anthony Flamati, Timothy Nuttall, Katie McLaughlin, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Jason Becker, Daniel Whitley, and Greg Woodbury. Massachusetts State Police troopers Michael Proctor, Kathleen Prince, and Yuri Buchanan, and David DiCiccio or DiCiccio. I don't know. The individuals who testified, they were present with Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the evening of January 28, 2022, including Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Karina Kalitas, and Nicholas Okay, they're Greek. Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matthew McCabe. Percipient witness who observed Miss Reed drop O'Keefe off at the Albert residence just after midnight on January 29, 2022. Ryan Nagel, friends and family members of the descendant, Aaron O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, Catherine Camerano, Michael Camerano, Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Christopher Curran, and Carrie Curran, none of whom witnessed any of the events that transpired on January 28th or January 29th, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara and Massachusetts State Police Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, who testified that his team recovered a sneaker and several pieces of clear and red glass consistent with pieces of taillight from 34 Fairview Road at 6 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Forensic pathologist Irene Scorti-Bello, who testified regarding O'Keefe's injuries, Kurt Roberts and Carrie Roberts, who were informed just before 5 a.m. on January 29, 2022, that O'Keefe was missing. Nicholas Roberts, a forensic scientist with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, and Massachusetts State Trooper Joseph Paul with the Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section. A majority of the witnesses who testified before the grand jury were not percipient witnesses to any of the events in question and were instead called for the purpose of testifying to remote and irrelevant bad character, quote unquote, and propensity evidence prejudicing the jury against Miss Reed, misleading the grand jury, confusing the issues, and wasting time. To be clear, not a single witness testified that they observed Miss Reed strike O'Keefe with her vehicle, injure him in any way, or otherwise drive erratically on the night in question. The Commonwealth's presentation of the case was predicated entirely on flimsy speculation and presumption, underpinned by a questionable and biased investigation and highly dubious, quote-unquote, physical evidence, absent the abject fraud perpetrated on the jury by the Commonwealth and its agents, Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Michael Proctor, and Trooper Michael Proctor, and the repeated reckless admission of inadmissible, highly prejudicial, and irrelevant information. The grand jury never would have indicted Miss Reed in this case. A brief summary of the evidence presented to the grand jury is set forth herein. Given the sheer volume of the grand jury transcripts in this case, the facts underpinning the respective arguments are set forth in more detail in respective argument sections below. Now, I find that interesting because I love how the defense worded so much. They were like, they didn't say this, they didn't say that, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Basically, the defense saying what the prosecution's job is, even on the end of the investigators, which is fascinating. Like simple, basic shit. Like basically, Jackson and Yannetti are basically saying here, this is in case you guys don't know what, in case Judge Bev, you don't know what the prosecution's job is, I'll explain it to you. Unreal, man. Sorry if I'm freezing, guys. Got a little bit of a weird internet connection here, so that happens when I stream during the day sometimes. So yeah, this is just unreal. And what's funny is everything that we've read about this case so far, everything that we've seen, this is absolutely true. Everything that they said about the investigation is 100% factual. Think about that. It's crazy. The evidence presented at the grand jury established that the evening of January 28th, 2022, the descendant, John O'Keefe, and his girlfriend, Karen Reed, met and enjoyed drinks with a group of individuals at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. Brian and Nicole Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, Chris and Julie Albert, Brian Higgins, close friend of Brian Albert, and special agent with the Massachusetts Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, with an office inside the Canton Police Department. And Karina and Nicholas, I'm going to give this a shot one more time. Kolokothis. It's clearly a Greek name. And it says here, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert are all members of the same family. Jennifer McCabe and Nicole Albert are sisters. Chris Albert and Brian Albert are brothers. In case anybody who's not following this case and is just now starting to, that's important to know. All of the witnesses who testified before the grand jury indicated that Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe appeared happy at the bar and were in good spirits. As the bar was set to close around midnight, the parties discussed going to Brian and Nicole Albert's residence located at 34 Fairview Road, the Albert residence, to celebrate their son, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. Shortly after midnight, Brian and Nicole Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, and Brian Higgins left the bar in their respective cars and drove to the Albert residence. Brian Albert Jr. was already at the house with two of his friends, Julie Nagel and an unidentified female. According to Brian and Nicole Albert's testimony before the grand jury, their nephew, Colin Albert, was also present for at least part of the party. Video surveillance footage and witness statements confirm Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the waterfall around midnight and departed together toward the Albert residence in Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV. Text messages and call detail records from Miss McCabe and Mr. O'Keefe conclusively establish the following timeline. At 12:14 a.m., Miss McCabe texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Where to?" At 12:14 a.m., she texts him again, and they discuss directions to the residence. Or she calls Mr. O'Keefe, and they discuss directions to the residence. At 12:18 a.m., John calls Jen McCabe back. At 12:27 a.m., Jen McCabe calls John or texts John here with a question mark. At 12:29 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe answers a call from Miss McCabe. At 12:31 a.m., Miss McCabe texts John, "Pull behind me." At 12:40 a.m., Miss McCabe texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Hello." Like, basically, yo, so where you at? Are you coming in? Because remember, according to her statement, she was standing at the window and watching everything that Karen Reed's SUV did from the time it arrived to the property to the time that it left the property, but didn't see, a murder. At 12:42 a.m., Mr. McCabe texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Where are you?" That might be a typo. That might be a typo. I don't know if Matt McCabe texts John O'Keefe. I don't see why he would. But at 12:45 a.m., Jen McCabe texts John O'Keefe, "Hello." Bang bang. Excerpts from Jennifer McCabe and John O'Keefe's cell phone extractions are attached here to Exhibit 6. Multiple witnesses testified that they saw a black SUV pull up to the Albert residence at 34 Fairview Road at approximately 12:15 a.m. So they all saw Karen pull up. That's convenient. At around 12:30 a.m., Miss McCabe claims to have observed a black SUV pull up outside the Fairview residence with the passenger side of the vehicle facing the house. According to Miss McCabe, although the vehicle sat outside the residence for approximately 15 minutes, no person ever came inside. Mr. McCabe testified that he observed tire tracks in a V shape consistent with a 3-point turn in the area where the dark SUV was previously parked outside the house. Ryan Nagel testified that he arrived at the Albert residence around 12:15 a.m. at approximately the same time as Miss Reed and O'Keefe. Ryan Nagel testified before the grand jury that he received a text from his sister Julie Nagel around 12 a.m. requesting that he pick her up at Brian Albert Jr.'s house, a longtime friend for 15 years. According to Mr. Nagel, he and his friend and girlfriend arrived approximately 15 minutes later to pick up his sister Julie. As they drove from Dedham Town down Cedar Crest to take a left on Fairview Road, he observed a dark SUV coming towards them the opposite direction and take a right into Fairview Road, and then they followed the dark SUV toward the Fairview residence. Once there, Mr. Nagel and his friends parked their Ford F-150 directly in front of the driveway such that the passenger side of the vehicle was adjacent to the entrance. Mr. Nagel testified that the dark SUV was parked in front of their vehicle facing the same direction. Mr. Nagel texted, meaning facing the same direction. That means that Ryan Nagel's truck was behind the rear of Karen Reed's SUV, so he could see the rear of her SUV. Mr. Nagel texted his sister to let her know that they arrived sometime thereafter. Julie Nagel came outside to greet them. She said that she wanted to stay a while longer and would most likely spend the night at 34 Fairview. As Mr. Nagel continued to try to convince his sister to get in the car, he noticed that the dark SUV pulled up a car's length or two to the right side of the road, so that it was about 20 to 25 feet ahead. After speaking with his sister for another 5 minutes or so, he again noticed the SUV pull forward another car length or two in the same direction it was facing. Mr. Nagel testified that the SUV was never in park because he specifically recalls that the brake lights were activated the entire time. Eventually, unable to convince his sister to get in the car and leave the party, he and his friends left. As they pulled up past the SUV, Mr. Nagel, who was seated in the front passenger seat of his friend's Ford F-150, observed a woman matching Miss Reed's description seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle with the interior lights of her car on and her hands at 10 and 2. Mr. Nagel testified that he did not see a passenger inside the vehicle or anywhere else in the surrounding area of the vehicle. He further testified that he did not observe any damage to the vehicle and testified that the car's taillights were intact and undamaged. I'm going to read this one more time. He sees that Karen Reed, or a woman matching Karen Reed's description, is alone in the driver's side of the vehicle with the interior lights on inside her car. Okay? And her hands at the 10 and 2 position. Okay? 10 o'clock on a clock, 2 o'clock on a clock. Just slightly, bink. Mr. Nagel testified that he did not see a passenger inside the vehicle or anywhere else in the surrounding area of the vehicle. He further testified that he did not observe any damage to the vehicle, which would include Karen Reed's taillight that she allegedly smashed by hitting John O'Keefe. But if John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle, then he must have been dead on the lawn, right? Which means that her taillight would have been smashed. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit the narrative of the Commonwealth because Ryan Nagel testified in front of the grand jury that her taillights were intact and undamaged. At least 6 individuals claimed to have left the Albert residence in the early morning of January 29th, 2022, after Miss Reed had left the Fairview residence and returned home. Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe testified that they drove Julie Nagel and an unnamed female home at 1:30 a.m. Brian Higgins testified that he went to complete administrative work at the Canton Police Department around 1:30 a.m. and Colin Albert returned to his parents' home, Chris and Julie Albert's residence, at approximately 12:30 a.m. None of these individuals testified that they saw Mr. O'Keefe's body sprawled in the front yard, mere feet from the very roadway all of them would have driven on. So not from the front door, walking out, having to pass his body. Okay? Think about that for a second. Not one person, not one of those people saw John O'Keefe laying in the front lawn that they would have had to pass, walking out the front door, going to their vehicles, driving away from the property with the front lawn right there. 12 feet. Okay, that's not far at all. That's 2 John O'Keefes laying front to back. Not parallel, but front to back with each other. That is 12 feet. It is not that far. It is, I find it impossible to believe. I find it impossible to believe that nobody saw John O'Keefe lying in that lawn if she had hit him. Impossible. There's no way they would have missed that. I agree, Buzzing for Truth. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Phone records admitted to the grand jury from the night in question established that Miss Reed made numerous calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning of January 29th, 2022, which were never answered. Third-party witnesses testified it would have been completely out of character for Mr. O'Keefe to leave his 2 adopted children home alone unattended overnight. Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, and Carrie Roberts testified that they received early morning calls from Miss Reed asking if they could help her locate O'Keefe because he never came home. Miss Reed subsequently drove to pick up Miss McCabe across town to go look for John O'Keefe, and Miss McCabe then drove Miss Reed's car to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, where they met Carrie Roberts. So Carrie Roberts meets up with them at John O'Keefe's house. She says, yeah, I'll meet you guys at John's house. After the woman conducted a final check to ensure that he had not returned home, they drove together in Miss Roberts' car back to the Albert residence to see if O'Keefe might be there. As they pulled up to Brian Albert's house at 6:04 a.m., Miss Reed spotted an unconscious Mr. O'Keefe lying face up on his back in the front yard of the Albert residence. While Miss Reed and Miss Roberts attempted to render aid, Miss McCabe called 911. We all heard that phone call. Law enforcement officers from the Canton Police Department responded to the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was subsequently transported by EMTs to Good Samaritan Hospital, where tragically he was pronounced dead at 7:59 a.m. The recovery of evidence from the crime scene was presented to the grand jury as follows. Sergeant Michael Lank testified that the Canton Police Department recovered the following evidence from the crime scene on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Michael Lank, mind you, okay? We all know who Michael Lank is. Michael Lank was also a key player in the investigation in regards to Sandra Birchmore. Michael Lank also got into a bar fight alongside Chris Albert, who sits on the Canton Select Board and is the brother of Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview. And they allegedly got into a bar fight together. And then Sergeant Lank decided to actually charge and arrest one of the people that they fought for fighting. But, you know, this doesn't stink one bit. So the evidence goes as follows. A clear broken drinking glass, 6 frozen blood drops, which they placed in red Solo plastic cups that were provided by a neighbor. Members of the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team conducted a subsequent search of the Albert residence on January 29th, 2022 at approximately 6 p.m. Okay? 6 p.m. So the CERT team conducted a search of the Albert residence at 6 p.m. the following day. This time, recovering 3 pieces of red and clear plastic consistent with Miss Reed's taillight. Additionally, according to Detective Sergeant Michael Lank's testimony before the grand jury, 1 week later on February 4th, 2022, Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department, Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department, purportedly drove by the Albert residence on a whim and saw from his moving vehicle an additional piece of red plastic that was consistent with the taillight of Miss Reed's vehicle. When an incredulous grand juror specifically inquired as to why the chief of police had responded to the Albert residence and how he discovered the evidence, Detective Lank explained nobody called the chief. When pressed further by the juror as to why he just wandered over there, Detective Sergeant Lank recounted through hearsay he was driving down Fairview Road and saw it, the evidence. So here we are, folks. This is very important. This answers a lot of questions because we were already aware of this, but here we have Sergeant Michael Lank testifying to a grand jury, specifically responding to a grand juror's question as to why in the fuck was the chief of police just driving by 34 Fairview Road that day. And how did he just fucking happen to be the one to happen to find a piece of red taillight consistent with Karen Reed's vehicle that wasn't found before? Right? And Michael Lank's answer through hearsay, not even, I mean, through hearsay, Michael Lank's answer is, I guess he was just driving by, just happened to see it, which is what we've been saying sarcastically. I have been entertaining the possibility this whole time that there was a better explanation for that. This whole fucking time, people, I have been entertaining the possibility that there was a better explanation than what we assumed it was. And guess what? It was exactly what we assumed it was. A miracle. A miracle that Berkowitz just happened to be driving by, the chief of the Canton Police Department just happened to have been driving by and was like, and then he's like, what? This piece of taillight. Everything else is dark except the taillight. Get the fuck out of my face. Unreal, man. Unreal. The grand jury serves a vital purpose in our system of criminal justice by standing between the government and the individual as to any charge that is punishable by imprisonment in state prison. There are two circumstances where judicial inquiry into the quality of evidence heard by the grand jury is warranted. When it is unclear that sufficient evidence was presented to the grand jury to support a finding of probable cause, and when the defendant contends that the integrity of the grand jury proceedings has been impaired. As long held by the Supreme Judicial Court in Commonwealth versus Odell, when the integrity of the grand jury proceedings is impaired by an unfair and misleading presentation by the Commonwealth, the indictment must not be allowed to stand. Indeed, an indictment must be dismissed based on impairment of the grand jury when the following three elements are met. 1. Law enforcement knowingly or recklessly presented false or deceptive evidence to the grand jury. That absolutely happened. 2. The evidence was presented for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. And 3. The evidence probably influenced the grand jury's decision to indict. And then abrogated on other grounds by Commonwealth versus Creighton. Excuse me. For example, in the seminal case of Odell, a police detective testified before the grand jury in support of an indictment against a defendant for armed robbery. Odell Supra, Massachusetts, blah, blah, blah. During the course of the detective's testimony, the detective relayed to the grand jury a portion of the statement made by him by the defendant, admitting that he was in the van with the co-defendant just prior to the armed robbery, and that he waited in the van for his co-defendant on a side street outside the store where the armed robbery took place. Significantly, however, the detective failed to testify regarding an exculpatory portion of the defendant's statement in which the defendant claimed he had no knowledge of his co-defendant was going to commit an armed robbery when he entered the store. The court held that the presentation of the defendant edited statement tended to distort the meaning of that portion of the defendant's statement, which was repeated to the grand jury and strongly suggested incorrectly an admission of guilt by silence. So basically, the Commonwealth fucking railroaded this dude because this dude was sitting in the car and then his buddy got out of the car, robbed somebody, and then jumped back in the car, and this guy was the getaway driver and made him out to be like, all right, get out in the car and go rob this dude and jump back in. When in his statement that they failed to that they conveniently left out and presented to the grand jury, in his statement, because the defendant can't defend themselves in a grand jury indictment, in a grand jury hearing. They can't do anything. They can't even be there. So the defendant, he in his statement said, well, I didn't even know he was going to rob a store. I was just driving him, but I didn't know he was going to rob somebody. But they left that out. And then they presented the statement to the grand jury, making him look like a premeditated getaway driver of an armed robbery. So on that basis, the Supreme Judicial Court held that the integrity of the grand jury proceedings was impaired and dismissed the indictment against the defendant for armed robbery. Okay, so, a judge doing their job, imagine that. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. The Supreme held that withholding the exculpatory evidence from the grand jury impairs the integrity of the grand jury proceeding. The indictment must be dismissed. In keeping with that precept, courts have similarly found that law enforcement may not withhold known exculpatory information which could undermine the credibility of an important witness in the eyes of a grand jury and consequently affect their decision to indict. Commonwealth versus Petras. The Commonwealth and its agents knowingly and recklessly presented false and deceptive evidence to the grand jury and withheld known exculpatory information for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. Now, for those of you who don't know what exculpatory means, it means information that could exonerate Karen Read, information that is counter to whatever they're saying is evidence to her guilt. So evidence that would lean towards her innocence is what would be considered exculpatory. So as set forth herein, throughout the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence to the grand jury, the Commonwealth repeatedly elicited false and deceptive evidence and withheld exculpatory information, which was known to the Commonwealth and its agents at the time of the grand jury proceedings, and distorted the facts presented to the grand jury for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. As the Supreme Judicial Court has made clear, there could be no doubt that the knowing use by the Commonwealth or one of its agents or false testimony to procure an indictment is grounds for dismissing the indictment. The Commonwealth intentionally admitted false and deceptive statements to the grand jury regarding purported admissions made by Miss Read at the crime scene. So what they're referring to is them saying that Karen Read said, I hit him. Like in a panicky confession, which is asinine. Detective Sergeant Michael Lank testified at the grand jury that he oversees the Canton Police Department's Detective Bureau and was one of the first investigating officers to arrive at the crime scene located at 34 Fairview Road. Oh, so convenient. Which is Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's residence. Just after 6 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022, April 14th, 2022. So basically anybody, which is interesting. So let's say Sergeant Michael Lank didn't personally arrive there. What's up, Benjamin John? Let's say Michael Lank didn't personally arrive there and handle the investigation personally. He oversees the investigations. So that means that anybody who would have showed up would have had to answer to him. That's how much power Michael Lank had over that investigation if it would have fell under the jurisdiction of the Canton Police Department. It did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Canton Police Department, but had it done so, Michael Lank would have had all carte blanche over how the investigation would have been conducted. Here, like in Odell, the Commonwealth intentionally elicited testimony from Detective Sergeant Lank regarding an incomplete and misleading statement he attributed to Miss Reed, based not on his own personal knowledge of observations, but instead based on purported conversations he had with unidentified officers that arrived on scene before him. So this is interesting. Think about that. So Sergeant Lank, regarding an incomplete and misleading statement he attributed to Miss Reed, based not on his own personal knowledge or observations, but instead based on purported, welcome Dawn B, welcome to Logic, thank you. Sergeant Lank, regarding an incomplete and misleading statement he attributed to Miss Reed, based on his own, not based on his own personal knowledge of observations, but instead based on purported conversations he had with unidentified officers that arrived on scene before him. Unidentified officers, folks. Think about that for a second. So this guy left out the names of the officers, because why else would you do that unless you don't want them to testify in open court? Because what that tells me is anything could have been said between Officer John Doe number 1 and Officer John Doe number 2. Right? Between Officer John Doe number 1, Officer John Doe number 2, and Sergeant Michael Lank. Think about that. So when these men are unidentified, you can't take an official statement from them. No official statement from them exists. They can't be called to testify. And Michael Lank, who has ties, personal ties, to the Albert family, testifies as to hearsay of what two unidentified responding officers to the scene told him. How in the fuck did this indictment go through? I don't understand that. That's insane, people. Think about that for a second. Seriously. That Michael Lank sat there and testified in front of a grand jury that two officers who are mysterious told him, oh, well, these guys told me. Who told you? I don't know. So yeah, so I get there. I speak to the two officers. They brief me on the situation. What were those officers' names? I don't know. What? What do you mean you don't know? Can you find out from their supervisor? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, this is right. Exactly, Benjamin Don. You know, those two guys, the guys, the ones, yeah, who wear the police clothing, those guys. Here, like Odell and Commonwealth. Wait, no, I already read that. So officers that were there prior to my arrival. Now, this is his testimony. Sergeant Lank testified before the grand jury as follows, folks. So this is Sergeant Lank. He says, so officers that were there prior to my arrival had attempted to speak with Karen Reed, but from what I had gathered from them, she was too hysterical and was unable to really assist us in any way. The only information they were able to retrieve from her is that she could not recall whether or not she had been there to 34 Fairview Road. So, according to Lank, he testifies that two guys who he doesn't know and he can't name told him that Karen Reed told them that she can't remember whether or not she was there. I'm going to say that one more time. Sergeant Lank tells a grand jury that two officers who he doesn't name who they are told him that Karen Reed told them she doesn't remember whether or not she was at 34 Fairview. But, you know, this is a sound investigation, right? These guys are rock solid in conducting an investigation, aren't they? So, emphasis added here, like in Odell, this portion of Miss Reed's purported statement taken out of context seems incredibly inculpatory because evidence presented to the grand jury unequivocally established that Miss Reed dropped O'Keefe off at the Albert residence just after midnight on January 29, 2022. However, Sergeant Lank's recitation of this rank, inadmissible, and unreliable double hearsay is incomplete, inaccurate, and intentionally deceptive. According to January 29th, 2020, according to January 29th, 2022, Canton Police Department incident report, Miss Reed spoke to 3 responding officers at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, all of whom arrived on scene before Sergeant Lank, which are Officer Saraf, Officer Mullaney, Sergeant Good, Canton Police Department incident report. Commonwealth and Sergeant Lank have been in possession of this report since the case's inception. Okay? According to Officer Saraf's portion of the report memorializing his conversation with Miss Reed on January 29, 2022, Miss Reed was severely distraught and unable to tell him what happened and kept screaming, "Is he dead?" Officer Mullaney similarly reported that Miss Reed was hysterical and distraught and repeatedly screamed, "Is he dead? That's my boyfriend." Notably, Officer Saraf and Mullaney never attributed any incriminating statements or admissions to Miss Reed, as Sergeant Lank falsely recounted to the grand jury. So basically, Sergeant Lank, I mean, it's either he's lying or Saraf and Mullaney, that's his name, right? Yeah. So either he's lying or Saraf and Mullaney are lying, right? Either Lank is lying or Saraf and Mullaney are lying. And they were the ones who told Lank and briefed him, and those are the officers that he's referring to. Or he's basically saying, no, it wasn't then. It was these 2 other guys. Well, who are the 2 other guys? Because he doesn't name them. In the grand jury, in this grand jury testimony, he never says, well, Officer Saraf and Officer Mullaney approached me. He didn't say that. So, but it's funny, they can't even keep their lies together though, Tom, because here, I mean, now they're saying, you know, that she was hysterical, but she never said anything about not remembering. Not in their statements, not in their testimonies. They don't remember her saying anything about not remembering being there. They're just talking about how she was hysterical, screaming, "Is he dead? That's my boyfriend. Is he dead?" Now, when Sergeant Good asked Karen Reed how O'Keefe ended up there, she replied, "I don't know." Sergeant Good then asked her if she drove to the Albert residence the night prior, to which she responded, "I think so." Okay? If she drove to the Albert residence the night prior, to which she responded, "I think so." Okay? Not, "I don't remember if I did or not. I think so." He noted that Miss Reed appeared visibly upset and unable to keep her train of thought and told him she couldn't remember, at which point Sergeant Good stopped asking her questions. Thus, Sergeant Lank's testimony to the grand jury that the only information the responding officers were able to obtain from Miss Reed was an admission that she couldn't remember whether she had been to 34 Fairview Road is false, incomplete, and deceptive. Okay? Now, people might argue, well, that's just putting "I think so" in other words. You know? Think about that. So that could be like, if you're someone who thinks Karen Reed is guilty, you're thinking, okay, and you're justifying all this. You're saying, okay, well, I think so. That sounds a lot like "I don't know" to me, or "I can't really remember." But that's not what she said, though. And that's why it's deceptive and it's false. It's false. And also, why that distinct difference? I mean, even though you say, okay, well, it's kind of the same thing, but it's not, though. And why couldn't Lank remember the officers' names who told him this? Why would Lank exaggerate this? And even still, like, that's not her lying. She's like, yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, no, Lank is clearly playing the game of well, it's not exactly perjury, but I'm not going to tell you what I know and what I did. But it's not exactly perjury. That's exactly what Lank is doing with the grand jury here. We have recognized possible impairment if a prosecutor were to deceive grand jurors by presenting a remote hearsay in the guise of direct testimony. Indeed, here, like in Odell, Sergeant Lank's testimony to the grand jury distorted Miss Reed's statements to responding officers and strongly suggested incorrectly an admission of guilt that she couldn't remember driving to 34 Fairview Road. In actuality, however, reports in the possession of the Commonwealth suggested that Miss Reed told law enforcement that she thought she drove O'Keefe to the Albert residence and indicated that she appeared visibly distracted and unable to keep her train of thought when the responding officer asked her additional questions, including when she made the statement to the effect of "I don't remember." Thus, rather than ensure the rest of Miss Reed's statement was admitted into evidence, the Commonwealth allowed Detective Sergeant Lank's false and misleading recitation of Miss Reed's statement to responding officers remain unimpeached for the purpose of unfairly implicating Miss Reed and ensuring an indictment. Sorry, guys. Here and there, I got to take my... Sorry, guys. Here and there, I got to take my coffee before it gets, like, cold. Detective Sergeant Lank's intentional deception regarding his long-standing relationship with the Albert family and his history of deputizing himself to investigate crimes involving the Alberts. Additionally, Detective Sergeant Lank, i.e. an agent of the Commonwealth, utterly failed to disclose to the grand jury exculpatory information, which undermines his credibility in this case, as well as public confidence in the fairness and impartiality of this murder investigation. Indeed, publicly available federal court documents confirm that Sergeant Lank is a longtime childhood friend and drinking buddy of the percipient witnesses in this case. Sergeant Lank has a documented history of deputizing himself to quote-unquote investigate crimes perpetrated by his longtime childhood friends, the Alberts, to shield them from criminal liability. This is going to get good, folks. For example, on August 2nd, 2007, Sergeant Michael Lank was sued in Massachusetts District Court by plaintiffs Mark Lopolato and Alfredo Lopolato, the Lopolatos, for civil rights violations pursuant to 42 blah, 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 in a case involving percipient witness Chris Albert and Tim Albert, brothers of homeowner Brian Albert. Okay? And Chris Albert sits on the select board in Canton. Keep that in mind. The facts set forth in the Lopolatos' amended complaint are strikingly similar to the facts in this case and allege as follows. On August 31st, 2002, Mark was sitting in a friend's car in a parking lot outside the Golden China restaurant in Canton, Massachusetts at approximately 12:45 a.m. Earlier that evening, Mark had been in a verbal dispute with several individuals, including a man named Tim Albert, brother of Brian and Chris Albert, both of whom are percipient witnesses who testified before the grand jury in connection with this case. As Mark was sitting in the parking lot, he noticed a group of several men, including Tim Albert and Chris Albert, leave the Centerfields bar in Canton and approach his vehicle. When Mark exited his vehicle, he was attacked and beaten by Chris Albert. After the beating, Mark called his brother Alfredo to let him know what had happened. Shortly after, Alfredo arrived at the parking lot to check on his brother. Chris Albert's childhood friend, Detective Sergeant Lank, emerged from the Centerfields bar swaying, quote unquote, and began yelling that he was a police officer. Holy shit. Bro. Okay. This is fucking crazy. Okay, so according to this dude, Mark, okay, Mark got his ass kicked by two of the Albert brothers. Okay. One of them is sitting on the Canton Select Board and has been in jail for vehicular homicide. He killed a person. Okay. Now that whole situation is a complete and utter shit show too. Totally different story, but relevant to this. Now, the thing is, so basically the picture I'm painting here is Mark gets his ass kicked by two of the Albert brothers. He calls his brother and goes, dude, these fucking assholes just fucking beat my ass, dude. I'm at the Centerfields bar and they fucking kicked my ass, dude. Like, what the fuck? I need help. Let's go fucking beat their asses, dude. All right, I'm coming out there right now. I'm going to come see if you're all right, and we're going to fuck some people up, which is what brothers do. Most, I would imagine it's pretty common in Boston to have that kind of attitude. And from the sound of it, these guys sound like they could be Italian. And this is not an uncommon trait for siblings to defend each other in physical altercations and be quick to do so. It is not uncommon in my Hispanic heritage either. It is not uncommon in Irish heritage either. So this shit does happen. And honestly, rightfully so. Like, dude, these motherfuckers, like, they just fucking whooped my ass. You know? Like, what the fuck? All right, I'll be right down. I'll be right down. Okay? Now, big or little brother, I'm not sure which one. His brother gets there. Alfredo gets there. And Alfredo sees, they both see Michael Lank swaying, coming outside of the bar. Talk about, hey, I'm a cop, motherfuckers. I'm a cop. I'm a police officer. Y'all want to fuck with me? Fuck with my friends, my brothers. I'll teach you guys to fuck with my brothers. I'm a cop. We're the police, motherfucker. We're part of the biggest gang in Boston. Blah, 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 blah. Obnoxious ass Michael Lank comes out of the bar acting a goddamn fool. Now, when two other Canton police officers arrived on scene, Detective Sergeant Lank instructed them to handcuff Mark's brother and place him in the police cruiser. According to Mark Lopilato, as the responding officers handcuffed Alfredo and placed him in the vehicle, Detective Sergeant Lank pushed Mark backwards, punched him with a closed fist in the face, took him to the ground and continued striking him, and then hit him on the arm so hard that he broke the skin. Ultimately, Officer Lane, one of the responding officers, had to pull Detective Sergeant Lank off of Mark to stop the beating. After doing so, Officer Lane did not ask Lopilato for any identifying information and simply told him to leave unless he wanted to be arrested. Detective Sergeant Lank then walked over to the police car where Alfredo was being held and spit in his face. Immediately thereafter, Officer Lane released Alfredo from his handcuffs and told him to get in his car and leave. On August 31st, 2002, Alfredo went to the Canton police station to file a complaint with Internal Affairs regarding the incident. Alfredo was sent away and told he needed to come back on September 3rd, 2002 if he wanted to make a complaint. On September 3rd, 2002, Mark Lopilato, who wasted no time, he showed up on September 3rd, went to the Canton police station to make a complaint and describe Sergeant Lank's conduct on the night in question. Shortly thereafter, Mark and Alfredo received a summons in the mail to appear in court on September 25th, 2022 for charges related to assault and battery on a police officer, namely Sergeant Detective Lank. According to the discovery produced in that case, no police reports were drafted or filed in connection with the incident until September 2nd, 2002, after Alfredo attempted to initiate a complaint against Sergeant Michael Lank. Holy shit. People. This shit is crazy. Thug shit right there. Thug shit. Now, we're also talking over 20 years ago. Okay? We're talking like 22 years ago. Okay, that this happened. But regardless, These are cops abusing their power. You think they grew out of that? You think they were like, I'm not like that no more. I was just young and buck. No, dude. Like, you expect me to believe that these dudes are not total fucking shitbags with badges? This drunk motherfucker gets two on duty. He's off duty. He gets two on-duty cops to come out and instructs, because he doesn't have handcuffs on him. He's drinking at the bar. So he doesn't have he got promoted. Unreal. So he doesn't even have handcuffs on him and tells the officers that show up, hey, put this fucker in cuffs. Put this motherfucker in cuffs. Puts him in the back of the car. Grabs the brother. Punches him in the face. Tackles him to the ground. Beats the shit out of the guy. The responding officer pulls him off. Doesn't arrest him. The responding officer's like, hey, don't do that. And then the responding officer says, get in your car and get the fuck out of here. Get out of here right now. Get the fuck out of here right now. So, of course, this guy's like, all right, I mean, these are cops. What am I going to do? You know, this is fucking crazy. I'm going to take on a bunch of cops. These guys can make me disappear and they'll cover for each other. So then they get his brother, who's in handcuffs, sitting in the back of a squad car. This guy walks up to him and spits in his face. Lank, his drunk ass, walks up to the brother who's in handcuffs, sitting in the back of a squad car, and spits in his fucking face. Wow. This is crazy. Didn't even ask for identifying information. And then when he shows up to file a complaint, they say, you got to come back in a month. You got to come back in a month to file the complaint. And then the day before, Michael Lank covers his own ass and files charges against these two guys before he can file the complaint against them, against himself, against Michael Lank. Michael Lank can't. He places charges, files charges against the Lopalato brothers, and he does it the day before they can file their complaint with internal affairs of the Canton Police Department. I wonder how much different the Massachusetts State Police Department internal affairs is as well. I wonder. Oh, it's absolutely assault. Think about that shit. Imagine you're sitting in the back of a squad car and an off-duty cop spits in your face after he muscled the on-duty cops because he outranks them for whatever reason. And he instructs them to put you in handcuffs and put you in a car. I'd be scared for my life at that point. I would be afraid for my life. I'd be like, these guys aren't going to let me go. They're going to be afraid that I'm going to go complain and they're going to kill me. That's what I would be. I would genuinely be afraid for my life if I was one of those guys in that situation. Crazy. This is crazy. According to the amended complaint months later, on February 6th, 2003, so we're talking almost a year later, so Mark and Alfredo Lapilado were inside a mobile gas station in Canton when Detective Sergeant Lank entered the store and asked Mark how he was doing. He told Detective Sergeant Lank that he wasn't doing well because he was being forced to appear in court, even though it was Lank who had attacked him. Seconds later, several police cruisers appeared in the parking lot. Detective Sergeant Lank placed Mark under arrest for threatening, disorderly conduct, and intimidation. Holy shit! Oh my God. Lapilado was booked and held at the police station until 3 a.m. the next morning. On October 23rd, 2003, after a 3-day jury trial, Mark and Alfredo Lapilado were found not guilty in all charges arising out of the August 31st, 2022 incident. The ADA, who handled the witness intimidation charges arising out of the February 6, 2003 incident, thereafter dismissed the charges after admittedly realizing Sergeant Lank was a liar. The Lapilido's civil case against Detective Sergeant Lank ultimately settled out of court. Wow. Dude. I mean, am I the only one here that's, I mean, I know you guys are like locals, but am I the only one here that's fucking blown away by what I'm hearing? Like, I don't know if it's just my mood or if I'm just more subject to how fucking crazy this is. Yeah, okay. See, I mean, I haven't read all of Turtle Boy's stuff, you know, so I realize that a lot of you guys are already know you already know this stuff because of Turtle Boy's reporting. I did not read this, but again, this is not, you know what I mean, like I take everything that I read with a grain of salt until it's in a court document. You know what I mean? This shit is fucking crazy. I mean, and speaking of Turtle Boy, it's funny because I wonder if they applied the same law for witness intimidation against Lapilado, however you say his name. That's fucking crazy. He just happened to see the dude in the gas station. Lank was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And then he was like, "Not good, bro. Because it was you who assaulted me, and I gotta go to court, and it sucks." And Lank goes, "Oh, yeah, motherfucker? 7 squad cars. You didn't learn your lesson, huh?" Lank says, "You didn't learn your fucking lesson, I guess. So I guess you're going to fucking jail right now. You don't know who you're fucking with. You still haven't figured out who you're fucking with." That's what Lank did. But there's nothing to see here, right? There's nothing to see in this investigation, is there? Even though this all started over Michael Lank stepping up to defend the Proctors in a bar brawl and abusing his power to do it. Unreal, man. Unreal. That's a great question, Boston Russo. How is this guy still a fucking cop? How is this guy still a cop? And Chris Albert now sits on the select board after going to jail for killing somebody. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? This is Twilight Zone shit, people. Oh, did I say Proctor? I meant Lank. Excuse me. I meant Lank. Oh, hold on a second. Jesus, man. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea that the corruption was like, I mean, I did have an idea that it was this bad, but to hear the details is pretty fucking mind-blowing, guys. You people in Massachusetts, man, all of you locals, like I gotta tip my hat to you guys, man. Like, it's so important what you guys are doing right now, standing up to this shit. It's so important what you're doing. I have so much respect for you guys as a community. Seriously. This is crazy. Yeah, defending the Alberts. Sorry, Lank defending the Alberts. I realize I misspoke. And thank you. Significantly, however, during the course of that litigation, Detective Sergeant Lank made several admissions in federal court documents, which directly bear on his credibility in this case. He admitted he consumed approximately 4 to 5 beers at Centerfield Bar before deputizing himself to investigate a crime involving his longtime friend, Chris Albert. He admitted that his friend Chris Albert approached him with his wife, Julie Albert, on the night in question and indicated that he had just gotten into a fight with Mark Lapidlato. He admitted that he observed Chris Albert's hand to be swollen. He admitted that he is a longtime childhood friend of Chris Albert. I mean, so first of all, this guy admits to having 4 or 5 beers before deputizing himself in order to step in and investigate the fight between the Alberts and the Lapalitos. So, you know that if he states that he had 4 or 5 beers, that pretty much means 7 or 8. You know that means 7 or 8 at least. So don't give me that bullshit. And swaying, and deputizes himself. And then followed by what? Punching one of them in the face, having a subordinate handcuff the other one, put him in a squad car, and then spitting in his face, and then charging them with assault. Okay. And I'm supposed to feel sorry for these fuckers. I'm supposed to feel sorry for these fuckers because Turtle Boy stuck a phone in their face and called them losers. That's what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to feel bad for these assholes because Turtle Boy fucking stuck a phone in their face and called them dirty? Yeah. Sorry. No. Yeah, totally. I'm deputizing myself. Notwithstanding his close relationship with the witnesses in this case, And the fact that he was personally sued for using his position of power to cover up crimes involving the Alberts, Detective Sergeant Lank testified in this case as if he was completely independent, a completely independent neutral investigator with no relation to the Alberts, the very family he was supposed to be investigating. Detective Sergeant Lank's decision to withhold this exculpatory information unequivocally distorted the grand jury proceedings in this case. The Commonwealth's failure to disclose the exculpatory information and present the following deceptive facts to the grand jury impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings, requiring reversal. Karen Reed was absolutely fucking framed, people. I don't give a shit what you say. Yes, there was absolutely a conspiracy in this case. Under my personal opinion, based on all of the facts that have been made available to me, I am of the solid, strong opinion that these corrupt piece of shit cops railroaded and framed Karen Reed. I have no reason to not believe this. Detective Sergeant Lank, it says here, the Commonwealth never elicited any testimony from Detective Sergeant Lank informing the grand jury that the Canton Police Department was conflicted off of this case. Interesting. Detective Sergeant Lank testified that he notified a separate investigative agency, the Massachusetts State Police CPAC unit, for some unspecified reason, to respond to the crime scene to investigate the case. Wow. Okay. And that Trooper Michael Proctor returned his call. April 14th, 2022, grand jury minutes at 66 and 67. When a member of the grand jury specifically asked what the CPAC unit is and why they were called, Sergeant Lank responded, CPAC unit is the state police unit that investigates homicides or deaths. Anything suspicious, they would respond. Thus, Sergeant Lank falsely implied to the grand jury that the Canton Police Department lost jurisdiction because the state police always respond to investigate homicides, and withheld the fact that the agency he works for, the Canton Police Department, was conflicted off of the case. In reality, as admitted by Norfolk County District Attorney Morrissey when the statement served him, the Canton Police Department recognized early on they had a potential conflict and asked state police to take over the Reed investigation as soon as they realized O'Keefe's body had been found at the home of Brian Albert, whose brother Kevin works for the Canton Police Department. So as soon as that happens, as soon as they see John O'Keefe's body, the Canton Police Department is already off the case. They're like, oh, well, this is the home of Brian Albert. Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer. Canton police can't do this. This is a Massachusetts State Police situation. So we need to talk to Michael Proctor. Of course, of all Massachusetts State Police, they're going to talk to Michael Proctor, which is fascinating. Of course, because you know what happened there. I mean, I could tell you right now, I could take a wild guess, a very educated guess, that Michael Lank realized, okay, well, this isn't going to be a Canton Police Department. I can't do anything. And one of the Alberts were like, all right, well then, let me call my boy Michael Proctor up. Let me call him up. Oh, Jen McCabe's on the phone with 911? All right, let me give her a call now. I'm on my way. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is so clearly obvious. This is crazy. So yeah, the Massachusetts State Police, they knew early on that it wasn't their jurisdiction, that they could not, that there was a conflict of interest, so the Canton Police Department could not investigate this crime. Yet after the fact that they already established this, the CPAC unit hold on, sorry. I'm rereading this because I want to make sure I understand it correctly. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. So that's what happened. So Sergeant Lank lied to the grand jury, basically misled the grand jury and was saying, well, the state police are the ones who respond. Whenever there's a homicide, the CPAC unit is automatically, no matter what, they respond. But he failed to tell the grand jury that the reason why they lost jurisdiction to the state police and the CPAC unit was called to respond was because of the relationship between the Canton Police Department and the Alberts. Specifically Kevin Albert being Brian Albert's brother and Kevin Albert being a member of the Canton Police Department. He failed to mention this, even though he knew it, and that's exactly what the case was. But he misled the grand jury. So this is so gross. Yeah, Proctor is a detective. In spite of the Commonwealth admitted knowledge of this fact, the prosecution never disclosed to the grand jury that the reason the Canton Police Department lost jurisdiction in the case was because their agency was conflicted. So they just didn't tell them. They didn't tell the grand jury this. If Detective Sergeant Lank and Trooper Michael Proctor had been honest about their long-standing relationship with the Alberts, the grand jury would have been extraordinarily skeptical of this entire investigation, particularly given the fact that Detective Sergeant Lank and the Canton Police Department remained involved in the case in the hours and days discovering the agency was conflicted. Now, this is fucking interesting, man, because why didn't Judge Bev dismiss this case? Why didn't Judge Bev dismiss this case? I have my reason, because right here, you have to ask yourself why. Right here, this absolute 150% proof as to why this case should be dismissed. The grand jury was absolutely misled, and it was misled with the intention of getting an indictment. With the absolute intention of getting an indictment. And the integrity of the investigation was completely fucked from the word go. And there's proof of it. Yeah, Don B, I'm with you. I believe Judge. I can't understand other than the reason why. The only thing that makes sense is Judge Bev is corrupt in some way, shape, or form. Either they've got dirt on her and they're blackmailing her in some way, or they're paying her a shit ton of money, or they're offering her something that is valuable to her that makes it worth it to her to make completely and totally unsound, fucked up decisions and rob a defendant of her civil rights and rob all of you locals of your right to protest. I mean, this is crazy to me. And why aren't they charged with perjury against the, I mean, they lied to the grand jury. Exactly, Robin Bradley or Braley. I agree with you. Why? Oh, this is mind blowing. I think she's Team Albert all the way too. You guys hear Clever just chewing on his bone over there? Like, yeah. So had they been honest about their long-standing relationship with the Alberts, meaning Proctor and Lank, the grand jury would have been extraordinarily skeptical of this entire investigation, particularly given the fact that Detective Sergeant Lank and the Canton Police Department remained involved in the case in the hours and days discovering the agency was conflicted. Remember that. Keep that in mind. So even though they were not involved, even though it had already been established and the Massachusetts State Police were already on the case, the Canton Police Department remained involved. Now, I understand. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, Will, how many of these missing person cases are there different agencies that are working together to solve the case? Fair enough. But the problem is there's not a personal conflict that takes place in those cases. That's the issue here, is the personal conflict. It's the fact that the Canton Police Department was personally conflicted with the case, seeing as Kevin Albert is a member of the Canton Police Department and also the brother of Brian Albert, the owner of the crime scene, the house on the crime scene. So, yes, it's absolutely nefarious and absolutely a conflict of interest for the Canton Police to even lend a hand once it's established that it is now a state police matter and for the reasons of a conflict of interest. So, I mean, Jesus Christ. So they just kept on. So basically, any involvement that the Canton Police Department had is God, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time like computing all of this, because any involvement on the crime scene, basically the Canton Police Department handling any evidence, the Canton Police Department handling any evidence whatsoever, stepping into a crime scene basically taints evidence. All of that evidence is tainted. All of that evidence is basically fucked. You might as well have taken bottles of bleach and ammonia and poured it all over the crime scene by having Canton Police Department part of any of that chain of custody. And then you have what? You have the chief of the Canton Police Department days and days later just happening by 34 Fairview and finds a piece of Karen Reed's taillight. And John, great point. Then you have the Canton Police. Why was her SUV towed to the Canton Police Department? If the Canton Police no longer had jurisdiction over this case because of a conflict of interest, why was Karen Reed's car, her SUV, the alleged murder weapon, towed to the Canton Police Department which was completely out of the way on top of everything else. All of the evidence in this case is fucked because of that detail. I would assume. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Well, right. But also the big thing, though, Benjamin John, is the issue with that is the fact that CPD are the first responders to the scene. If they weren't going to take on the case, why not seal the area until proper authorities arrive? Right. They failed to do that. That's absolutely true. And that's definitely a notable point. But also, even if they sealed it, any involvement, once it's established that Massachusetts State Police have to take over this case, once that's established, there should be no interaction with the Canton Police Department or any member of the Canton Police Department involving this case. They should not be on the crime scene. They should not be touching evidence. They should not be doing anything when it comes to any evidence. They shouldn't be talking to witnesses. They shouldn't be doing anything other than what was already collected, because obviously before it was established, because that would work in court, that would hold up. Well, before it was established that the Canton Police Department was no longer part of this investigation, we just took initial statements, and once it was established that it was no longer an investigation, we handed our findings over and our statements over to the Massachusetts State Police, where they took over the investigation. But that didn't happen. That didn't happen. No, James Lynch, that's not true. That is not true. It wasn't their case because of the conflict of interest, because Kevin Albert is a Canton Police Department member of the Canton Police Department. That's why James Lynch. So early on, the second that was established, and the state police crime scene unit shows up, which was early on, then the Canton Police Department should have been like, all right, pack it up. Let's get out of here. It's a state police's show. Anything we do here is going to hurt the investigation. Yeah, this is crazy. Right. And so why would the CPAC and the MSP who investigate homicides show up if John wasn't already dead? I mean, we know that he was pronounced dead at almost 8 a.m., but at the hospital. But why would they show up if he wasn't dead? So we know that at least by 8 a.m., it was already established that Canton Police Department having anything to do with this case was a conflict of interest. And yes, we know that. We went over that yesterday. And that is crazy that the judge on this case, her brother is the represented Chris Albert in his vehicular homicide case. This whole thing fucking reeks. If Detective Sergeant Lank and Trooper Michael Proctor, okay, I already read that. Canton Police Department Detective Sergeant Michael Lank further testified before the grand jury that he was not scheduled to work on January 29th, 2022, but responded to Brian Albert's residence anyway to investigate the death of a Boston police officer who was found severely injured at his residence. Thus, just like in the case involving Chris Albert, off-duty Sergeant Lank deputized himself to investigate a crime in which his longtime friend was a witness. The Commonwealth further attempted to distort the facts relating to Detective Sergeant Lank's decision to involve himself in this case, even after Sergeant Lank admitted he was not working by stating, just in essence, you're always working. Is that fair to say? To which Sergeant Lank responded, yes, sir. So Sergeant Lank gets to twist this to the grand jury and go, well, it was a dead police officer and I was just doing what I had to do. Rain or shine, day or night, there's a dead police officer. It's my watch. I don't care where it is. That's how Michael Lank gets to come off to the grand jury, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. Michael Lank was like, oh shit, I better get over there and bail my homie out. You know how I know that? Because he did it before. Always on the job. Always. Of course, if I get a call and there's a cop and he's dead, you better believe I'm going to be there. I'm going to first respond. I'm going to be one of the first people there. All right? All right? Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. He wasn't even on duty at the time. Off duty, shows up to the Albert residence. What a miracle. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. Sorry about that. No crime scene was ever declared or secured, making matters worse. Right. CPD friends showed up first to begin the fix. Mr. Big called in a code red. Basically, yeah. That's how I'm seeing it too, Scott McGinnis. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, this is crazy. Now, it says here, in spite of Detective Sergeant Lank's clear conflict in this case, he personally took it upon himself to conduct the initial interviews of homeowners. Brian and Nicole Albert, and personally memorialized the reports regarding their statements. So Sergeant Lank, already not on this case, off duty, conflict of interest from the Canton Police Department, and the Massachusetts State Troopers have taken over, yet Lank takes it upon himself to interview and take official statements from Brian and Nicole Albert. How convenient. One of the members of the grand jury, perplexed by Brian and Nicole Albert's decision to hide inside their residence on the morning of January 29, 2022, specifically asked the occupants of the home, did the owner's occupants of the home ever appear on the scene and interact with any of the officers? Okay. Officer Mullaney responded that only Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good entered the residence to speak with them. The juror again said, but they never came out to interact while you were there? To which Officer Mullaney replied, not that I recall, no. Another member of the grand jury at the close of Sergeant Lank's testimony asked, so how close to the house to where the body was laying, and with the fire department coming down and the lights going, no one from the house heard the noise and came to see and came to say, hey, what's going on? Remember, guys, if you guys have been following my channel for a while now, and you watched me talk about this from the very beginning, when I first decided to explore this case and I read Nicole Albert's statement, I said the exact same thing. That was my initial reaction, was this grand juror's reaction. Why? How? With all the noise, the EMTs, with the fire trucks, all of the commotion going on in their front lawn because there is a dead cop and they never came out? Okay. Even the grand jury found this suspicious. So I got to hear what this quite obviously, the grand jury was disturbed and confused as to why the homeowners sequestered themselves in their residence and hid themselves from the police. Had they known that the person who took and memorialized their initial statement was a longtime family friend, this information would have seriously undermined the credibility of Brian and Nicole Albert and raised further questions for the grand jury about their involvement in O'Keefe's death. Absolutely. So basically they're saying that the grand jury already found it fucking suspicious. But understand that the grand jury did not know that Michael Lank was a childhood friend, and did not know that Michael Proctor was a childhood friend of the Alberts. That both of these investigators were childhood friends of the Alberts. They did not know this. The grand jury didn't know this, but still even found it suspicious that they never came out of the house. At no point. And the 911 call, I don't even think was even released yet. Think about that. Because we also know that Jen McCabe was talking to Nicole Albert on the phone. Right after she got off the phone with 911, Nicole Albert was not asleep, as she claims in her statement that she gave to Michael Lank, the Alberts' longtime childhood friend. And the grand jury did not know about this personal relationship. So what this is stating here is, surely, since the grand jury was already perplexed at the fact that nobody came out of their own house to see about the commotion that was taking place about a dead cop laying in their lawn, which was already weird and suspicious to them, that had they known about the personal relationship between Michael Lank, who took this very suspicious statement from Nicole Albert and Brian Albert, had they known about this personal relationship, they would have absolutely had more questions as to the Alberts' involvement in John O'Keefe's death. Absolutely would have absolutely had that without question. Detective Sergeant Lank also testified before the grand jury that he returned to the Albert residence at 9 a.m. after being contacted by Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, because she supposedly had more information that she wanted to share with him. So she comes back. She's sitting there with Brian and Nicole, and then goes, oh shit, let me call Michael Lank back because I forgot to tell him that Karen Reed said she might have hit him. I mean, this is crazy. Now, because she supposedly had more information that she wanted to share with him and told him She forgot to tell responding officers that while she and Karen were driving around looking for the victim, that Miss Reed had made the statement, "I hope I didn't hit him," and that Karen made the statement again at the scene after they had discovered the victim. How convenient that she remembers this later, which is, you know, what everybody is saying is the smoking gun in her confession, right? At 72, 70, the grand jury, this is the grand jury at minutes 72 and 73. Significantly, the Commonwealth failed to elicit the fact that Sergeant Lank is a personal friend of the Albert family, which includes Jennifer McCabe, because she is the sister-in-law of Brian Albert. Nicole Albert is her sister. And that Detective Sergeant Lank and the Canton Police Department were already supposed to have been conflicted off the case, making it completely inappropriate for Sergeant Lank to conduct any further interviews with his longtime family friends. Thus, the Commonwealth and Detective Sergeant Lank intentionally withheld known exculpatory information, namely, 1, that the Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case because numerous individuals at the top of the department were close friends and or family members of the recipient witnesses and potential suspects in this case. 2, that Detective Sergeant Lank is a childhood friend of the Alberts. And 3, that Detective Sergeant Lank has a documented history of deputizing himself to investigate crimes perpetrated by his longtime childhood friends, the Alberts, to shield them from criminal liability. Clearly, this information would have caused the grand jury to question the independence and neutrality of the instant investigation that would have undermined the credibility of Detective Sergeant Lank, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, all of whom testified before the grand jury. The reason the Commonwealth withheld this exculpatory information is simple. This impeachment evidence undermines the prosecution's investigation, is an embarrassment to the Commonwealth and law enforcement, and weakens the case against Karen Reed. Thus, the Commonwealth and its agents intentionally withheld this exculpatory information from the grand jury to prevent them from asking any additional questions about the nature of the conflict and relationships between the parties, and instead ensuring that they indicted Miss Reed. Trooper Proctor's numerous false and deceptive statements to the grand jury made for the purpose of securing an indictment. This is crazy. So, people, I'm on page 22 out of 135. Again, we're going to be here a minute. Now, I might have to take a break later. I don't know. It depends. I might like just find something and play a video while I like take Clubber outside. But that's going to be a little later. And I definitely have to feed Clubber soon. But my point being is we haven't even gotten into Michael Proctor yet. We're about to get into Michael Proctor. Everything that we just heard should be enough to exonerate Karen Reed. And that's just Michael Lank. Think about that. It's just him. Furthermore, the Commonwealth and its agents knowingly withheld from the grand jury the fact that Trooper Michael Proctor, the Massachusetts State Police detective, called in by Detective Sergeant Lank to cure the conflict and take over the investigation in this case. So it was Lank that called Detective Proctor. Sergeant Lank was like, "Oh, let me call my boy Proctor since I can't do it. I got you, Alberts. I got you." So the Alberts are covered on all ends. Detective Sergeant Lank, to cure the conflict, blah, 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 is also close family friends with the Alberts. This fact unquestionably undermines the neutrality and fairness of the investigation itself. Trooper Proctor's credibility and the credibility of the other percipient witnesses that testify before the grand jury in this case. Attached here to as Exhibit E are numerous, yet not exhaustive examples of Trooper Proctor's long-standing close familial relationship with the Alberts. So this is interesting too. So ironically, the very reason why the Canton Police Department no longer had jurisdiction over John O'Keefe's murder investigation, the very reason why, well, this gets taken over by Michael Proctor. This is taken over by the Massachusetts State Police, which the same conflict of interest takes place. It's not necessarily familial, but I mean, because that could be argued. But the thing is, I mean, when I hear Michael Proctor's mom say that the McCabe's are like a second family, yeah. Trooper Proctor's long blah, 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 blah. From left to right, a photograph of Trooper Michael Proctor's mother, Karen Proctor, white shirt, third-party witness, Colin Albert, Trooper Proctor's sister, and all of these. Yeah, I mean, I'll just name the names. This is describing the photographs, which I do not have attached here, but you've seen them. We've all seen the photographs. So Karen Proctor, who is Michael Proctor's mother, and Colin Albert's in this picture. Trooper Proctor's sister, Courtney, is in the picture. Implicated witness Chris Albert is also in the picture. And at a birthday party dated July 15th, 2006. Photograph showing Chris Albert's son, Colin Albert, in Trooper Proctor's sister's wedding party, dated April 21st, 2012. A photograph of Trooper Proctor dancing was implicated witness Colin Albert at his sister's wedding, dated April 21st, 2012. A photograph of Trooper Proctor seated at the same table as implicated witness Colin Albert, implicated witnesses Chris Albert, and implicated witness Julie Albert at his sister's wedding, dated April 12th, 2012. So there's the wedding party, and then there's the wedding. Yeah, but they didn't know each other, you know. They're the sister of the sister, and blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. You people all knew each other. Stop it. Coffindoffer, you're an idiot. A Facebook waiting date at April 12th, 2012. And a Facebook post by Trooper Proctor's mother, Karen, in which she refers to Chris, Julie, and Colin Albert as her second family. In spite of the overwhelming evidence of Trooper Proctor's long-standing close familial relationship with the recipient witnesses in this case, which obviously predates his testimony before the grand jury. Trooper Proctor initially deceived the grand jury by pretending to be a neutral detective tasked with investigating a homicide. As the lead investigator assigned to this case, Trooper Proctor testified extensively before the grand jury regarding his interviews with witnesses, the seizure of evidence, and observation relating to the case. Yet not once in Trooper Proctor's hundreds of pages of testimony before the grand jury did Trooper Proctor ever disclose his long-standing relationship with the very same witnesses he personally interviewed in connection with the case before he took the stand. April 21st, 2022, grand jury minutes 98 through 152. May 25th, 2022, grand jury minutes at 3 through 34. May 31st, 2022, grand jury minutes at 3 through 54. Grand jury minutes on June 7th, 2022, 35 through 116. Instead of Commonwealth and its agents intentionally misled the jury by having Trooper Buchanan read his report memorializing Trooper Proctor's interview of Chris and Julie Albert on February 12th, 2022, stating, following formal introductions, Julie Albert provided her cell phone number and Chris Albert stated his cell phone number.
May 18th, 2022 grand jury minutes of 30 to 33. Thus, Trooper Buchanan falsely suggested to the grand jury that he and Trooper Proctor formally introduced themselves to Chris and Julie Albert, individuals that Trooper Proctor has known for at least a decade, that he literally sat next to at his sister's wedding. As if evidenced in the attached photographs above, the suggestion was a lie. Unsurprisingly, because of Trooper Proctor's personal bias and long-standing relationship with the Alberts, Trooper Proctor consistently testified before the grand jury in a manner that distorted the facts to the grand jury in what can only be described as a concerted effort to shield his longtime friends from criminal liability and ensure the grand jury indicted Miss Reed. For example, at the grand jury, Trooper Proctor testified extensively regarding ring video surveillance obtained in connection with this case. Trooper Proctor testified that he was able to personally access the ring application on John O'Keefe's cell phone, which stated motion-activated video surveillance footage capturing O'Keefe's driveway on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth has been in possession of this video surveillance footage since January 29th, 2022, the night in question, the morning in question, and has had ample opportunity to review the footage. Ring video surveillance from January 29th, 2022 at 5:07 a.m. captured Miss Reed leaving O'Keefe's residence in her vehicle to look for John O'Keefe. During the grand jury proceedings, the Commonwealth asked Trooper Proctor to testify regarding his observation of the 5:07 a.m. video, to which he replied, "You'll see Karen Reed reversing out of the garage in her black Lexus SUV as she pulls forward. I'll play it and then rewind it, but you'll notice the right tail light is broken, as you can see right here, indicating the left tail light is all red, and the right one here is clear piece showing. It appeared to be a gap in the sick all red lighting on the right side here." Sorry, that was kind of hard to understand. However, what the Commonwealth and Trooper Proctor initially failed to inform the grand jury is that a close review of the same video surveillance footage mere seconds earlier shows that as Miss Reed backs her Lexus SUV out of the driveway in the snow, her passenger rear tail light strikes O'Keefe, his parked Chevy Traverse, with enough force to cause the wheel bed of the Traverse to joggle. Thus, the Commonwealth intentionally mischaracterized and obfuscated the extraordinarily exculpatory portion of the video, which provides an alternate explanation for her broken taillight, i.e. that she broke her taillight when she backed into O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse, not O'Keefe. Okay, let me see something real quick. Yeah, okay, so they just left it out. But the grand jury saw it. See, I was trying to ask myself, I was asking myself by rereading that, if the grand jury was able to see the video. So I'm wondering why nobody in the grand jury managed to ask, like, hey, did she just hit his car? You know, I mean, you don't have to look that closely to it. You know what I mean? Did she back into his car? Rewind that. Play that one more time. That didn't happen from the grand jury. So again, like, I like to play devil's advocate here, but the fact is the defense isn't lying here. The defense is saying they failed to mention that. But it, you know, that could be argued that they failed to review that, but they're the detectives. So why would they not notice Karen Reed's SUV hitting John O'Keefe's car, his Chevy Traverse? So, or Traverse, however you pronounce that. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the grand scheme of things, we're looking at everything else. I don't think it was an accident that they missed that little detail in that video of Karen backing into John O'Keefe's car. Watching the video, it is extremely close to Mr. O'Keefe's SUV. In doing so, the Commonwealth and its agents purposely misled the grand jury into believing that Miss Reed's vehicle only came close. So, okay, yeah. So Proctor said that it came close to striking. So they're trying to tell the jury, if it looks like, basically in so many words, if it looks like she hit his car, she didn't. They came close. It came close. So they're already trying to say, hey, don't look over there. Don't look too closely at that. So they're planting the idea in the grand jury's mind. As you can see, she comes close to hitting his car and then she leaves. But no, she hit it. Like, she clearly hit it. Later, in yet another reckless attempt to deceive the jury, Assistant District Attorney Lally asked Trooper Michael Proctor to testify regarding the cause of death listed on the defendant. Let me read that one more time. Later, in yet another reckless attempt to deceive the jury, Assistant District Attorney Lally asked Trooper Proctor to testify regarding the cause of death listed on the descendant John O'Keefe's death certificate. At the Commonwealth's direction, Trooper Proctor read into the record blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia, suggesting that the cause of death was generally consistent with the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Yet, in spite of the fact that the Commonwealth knew full well that O'Keefe's death certificate also states that the manner of death could not be determined, Trooper Proctor was never asked to testify regarding that portion of the death certificate. So that's interesting. So Lally deliberately did not bring that part up. So when the death certificate says that the manner of death could not be determined, so there is no official manner of death. We're sitting here, we've been saying, guys, we've been saying that the official manner of death is blunt force trauma and hypothermia. We've been saying it like it's fact. But that's not the actual cause of death. Not according to the autopsy report. The autopsy report says that the official cause of death is undetermined. So still, if you want to be very technical and micromanage here, we don't know how John O'Keefe actually died. Yeah, manner is right. Exactly. We don't know medically how John O'Keefe actually died. This is important to keep in mind, folks. This is not to be dismissed here if we're following the case. Okay. And if we're trying to determine whether or not Karen Reed is innocent or guilty, then it is important to note, it is irresponsible to not note the fact that the death certificate says unknown and that the autopsy says that the cause of death is undetermined. No, Jen, you're misunderstanding my point here. The cause is not blunt force hypothermia. That's what Trooper Proctor testified to the grand jury. It says that he suffered from blunt force trauma, says that he suffered from hypothermia, but it does not say that that was the actual cause of death. That's my point. Think about that. This is because I realize it's confusing. What's happening is those of us who have jumped to this conclusion, and until now, I did the same thing. Until now, I've done the same thing. Is I look at it, I'm fooled. I got fooled by the smoke and mirrors. I got fooled by the misdirection of Proctor's grand jury testimony. Even though, I didn't know the grand jury testimony. What I'm saying is we looked at this, and we have been talking, and the overall, the Mandela effect that took place here, because that absolutely happened. The Mandela effect was that we all believed that the cause of death and always determined the cause of death as being hypothermia and blunt force trauma when it says that the cause of death is actually undetermined. We know that he suffered from blunt force trauma. We know that he suffered from hypothermia. We also know that he suffered from wounds on his arm that may or may not have been inflicted by a dog or an animal. But for all we know, that could have been his cause of death. Now, we know that's not true, but what I'm saying is, according to that document, it might as well could have been. You see what I'm saying? None of the injuries that he sustained are listed as his cause of death. They're just listed as things that he suffered from. Well, no, that I am sure, Jeno, because that's what the defense is claiming right here. The defense is saying that Proctor deliberately left out that part of the autopsy report, of the medical examiner's report. Later, in yet another reckless attempt to deceive the jury, blah, 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 regarding the death, the cause of death. Okay, I already read that. Suggesting that the cause of death was generally consistent with the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Trooper Proctor was never asked to testify regarding the portion of that death certificate. Okay? Here, like in Odell, the reason the Commonwealth wanted Trooper Proctor to read only a portion of the death certificate is because the medical examiner's inability to determine the manner of death is clearly exculpatory and would have undermined the Commonwealth's ability to secure an indictment in this case. Thus, the Commonwealth intentionally perpetrated a fraud on the grand jury for the purpose of securing an indictment by repeatedly eliciting only inculpatory information from Trooper Proctor, while at the time excluding and withholding information from the grand jury that would have been exculpatory on the very same subject regarding a dismissal of the indictments. The Commonwealth intentionally failed to elicit Chris Albert's inconsistent statements regarding whether he went to his brother's house at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question. During the course of the grand jury proceedings, the Commonwealth allowed Chris Albert to testify that he left the waterfall at on January 29th, 2022, walked home and never went to his brother's house located at 34 Fairview Road for the after party. Okay. So Chris Albert testified that he left the waterfall at January 29th, walked home and never went to his brother's, Brian's, at 34 Fairview. April 28th, 2022, the grand jury minutes. His wife, Julie Albert, similarly denied going to her brother-in-law's house after the waterfall and testified that she went home to go to sleep. However, according to Sergeant Yuri Buchanan's interview of Julie and Chris Albert on February 10th, 2022, Julie and Chris Albert both indicated they were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 28th, 2022, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Report regarding interviews with Chris and Julie Albert, the Commonwealth, emphasis added, the Commonwealth knowingly and recklessly failed to elicit the inconsistent statements made by Chris and Julie Albert during the interview with Sergeant Buchanan on February 20th, 2022, and instead allowed them to testify, unimpeached, that they never went to the crime scene on the night in question, in case there was any question as to what information ADA Lally did not want the grand jury to hear during the course of the grand jury proceedings. ADA Lally explicitly instructed Sergeant Buchanan to read the entirety of his report, memorializing his February 10th, 2022 conversation with Julie and Chris Albert, stating with paragraph 2, May 18th, 2022 grand jury minutes at 30. At ADA Lally's direction, Trooper Buchanan then proceeded to read the entirety of his 3-page report, memorializing his conversation with Chris and Julie Albert, which included numerous inadmissible prior consistent statements regarding their observations on January 28th and 29th, in spite of the fact that both witnesses had already testified. Shockingly, the portion of the report ADA Lally instructed Sergeant Buchanan not to read was the first paragraph of his report, which unequivocally states both Julie and Chris were present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night of January 28th, 2022, and then followed to Brian Albert's home in the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Yeah. So we got one story where Chris walked home, Julie Albert went home, went to sleep, Chris walked. Where did Chris say he walked to? Yeah, because that is bizarre. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, this is the craziest shit in the world. Everybody's a fucking liar. Yeah, they said they never went. And then they said that they followed Brian to his house. The Commonwealth also allowed Julie Albert to perjure herself before the grand jury by failing to impeach her false testimony with an express admission to law enforcement that she knew John O'Keefe was dead before his body was supposedly found by Miss Reed and her sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. On April 28th, 2022, the Commonwealth called Julie Albert to testify extensively before the grand jury regarding her relationship with Miss Reed and O'Keefe, her interactions with the parties at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, January 28th, 2022, and her recollection of the events that transpired on January 29th, 2022. April 28th, 2023, grand jury minutes at 28 through 48. Significantly, Julie Albert's testimony before the grand jury regarding the timing of when she first learned of John O'Keefe's death differed markedly from her prior statements to law enforcement, which were incredibly exculpatory for Miss Reed and implicated Julie Albert and Jennifer McCabe in John O'Keefe's death. Julie Albert testified before the grand jury regarding her recollection of what transpired in the morning of January 29th, 2022 as follows. A, I just woke up and the first thing I do in the morning is, like we all probably do, is check our phones. And I woke up to a missed call from my sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe. I think it was about 5:50. And I immediately looked and it was like weird because my phone is always on. The ringer is always on, but the text is always shut off at night. So my kids know, if you need me, call my phone, don't text my phone. And I kind of looked. She called. I thought it was just whatever. I didn't think obviously anything bad. I just thought maybe she did a butt, rolled over on her phone. There's the butt dial, rolled over on her phone, and something happened. So I got up. That day was my nephew's birthday. Okay, remember, folks, it's 6 a.m. here, folks. It's 5:50 a.m. She wakes up, thinks that her sister butt dials her, her sister-in-law butt dials her, and doesn't think anything of it. Says, okay, she must have butt dialed me. But it's 6 a.m. And so I got up, and the day was my nephew's birthday, headed over to Brian and Nicole Albert's house, and my brother-in-law opened the door. And that's when they said, there's been an accident of some sort. So 6 a.m., she gets up and gets ready to head over to the house to drop off Christmas presents. Or not Christmas, but birthday presents. I mean, yeah, okay. However, according to Trooper Buchanan's report memorializing his February 10th, 2022 interview with Julie Albert, she told law enforcement that she was asleep at 4:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when her phone woke her up. And it was Jen's missed call. And that's how she found out about John dying. So in her report, what she says on February 10th is that she wakes up to her missed call. And this is how she finds out about John dying, implying that she called Jennifer McCabe back, and she told her at 5 a.m. Right? That's what that implies. But then during her grand jury testimony on April 28th, months later, during her grand jury testimony, she states that she happened to just wake up around 6, just before 6, and read the text message or see the missed call, excuse me. She sees the missed call from her sister-in-law and then heads over, and then Brian Albert tells her, oh, hey, you'll never believe what happened here last night. Okay. So thus, Julie Albert admitted to law enforcement that she knew John was dead an hour before anyone found his body or had any reason to suspect John was injured. Julie Albert's prior admission to law enforcement is incredibly exculpatory for Miss Reed and suggests that Jennifer McCabe and Julie Albert knew O'Keefe was dead before his body was supposedly discovered by Jen McCabe later that morning. So the timing is interesting in that. In Jennifer McCabe's statement, because they didn't find John's body until after 5 a.m. So according to Jen McCabe, or according to Julie Albert's statement, she finds out that John O'Keefe is dead at, what was it, like 4 a.m.? This is crazy. Yeah, so first of all, her grand jury testimony completely and totally conflicts what her initial statement is. So 4:55 a.m. 4:55 a.m. This is how she supposedly finds out. This is what she tells Buchanan on February 10th. She tells Buchanan that she finds out about John being dead at 4:55 a.m. And then later during grand jury testimony fixes it, realizes that she fucked up, because this happens to be when she says that she finds out about John O'Keefe's death at 4:55 a.m. This is before Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts and Karen Reed find John O'Keefe laying at the lawn of 34 Fairview. Yeah. So this is crazy. The fact that this is even going to trial is mind-blowing to me. Yeah, an hour before anyone found his body. An hour. Thus, this evidence inculpates Julia. This evidence inculpates Julie Albert and exculpates Miss Reed. The Commonwealth was well aware that Julie Albert's testimony to the grand jury was completely inconsistent with her statements to Trooper Buchanan on February 20th, 2022. Yet the Commonwealth allowed her perjured testimony to remain unimpeached before the grand jury. Indeed, it wasn't until May 18th, 2022, a month after Julie Albert testified, that the Commonwealth finally attempted to sneak in Julie Albert's prior inconsistent statement by asking Trooper Buchanan to read 3 pages of his report memorializing his February 20th, 2022 interview with Julie Albert. At the Commonwealth's instructions, Trooper Buchanan read his report into the record verbatim, the vast majority of which clearly constitutes inadmissible hearsay. As yet forth in the grand jury minutes, Trooper Buchanan, his recitation of his February 10th, 2022 interview with Julie Albert spans 90 times of the transcript, with Julie Albert's extremely exculpatory inconsistent statement appearing on lines 67 through 70. May 18th, 2022, grand jury minutes, blah, blah, blah. Thus, the Commonwealth intentionally hid Julie Albert's extremely exculpatory prior inconsistent statement from the grand jury for the purpose of securing an indictment against Miss Reed. So the Commonwealth knew of this inconsistency. They didn't give a fuck. And yet doctored it so that the grand jury would hear what they wanted them to hear in order to secure an indictment. The Commonwealth impaired the integrity of the grand jury by deliberately admitting inadmissible evidence for the purpose of prejudicing the grand jury, confusing the issues, and consuming time unnecessarily in order to secure an indictment against Miss Reed. The Commonwealth's deliberate decision to repeatedly elicit inadmissible, prejudicial, and irrelevant prior bad act and character evidence further impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings and requires dismissal of the indictments. Indeed, Massachusetts courts have long held that dismissal of indictments warranted if the integrity of the grand jury was impaired by a prosecutor's improper conduct in the introduction of certain evidence. Commonwealth versus Brown, blah, 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 blah. Much like in the seminal case discussed above, to demonstrate impairment to the integrity of the grand jury proceedings based on admission of certain evidence, and defendant must make a sufficient factual showing establishing the three elements articulated in Mayfield. Okay, now I'm going to skip through a lot of stuff here because this is just explaining why legally and citing other cases, why legally it's not okay to do what Lolly did here. And what Lolly did was omit certain details while emphasizing on other details in order to secure and to manipulate the grand jury to secure an indictment. That's basically what they're saying here. And they explain how they did it, and then all of this stuff that I'm not going to read is explaining how it's illegal. That's the kind of stuff you can listen to Melanie Little or any other attorney who's going to be going over this. So. All right, so the Commonwealth recklessly introduced inadmissible, improper, unfairly prejudicial, and irrelevant propensity and bad character evidence to the grand jury for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. The Commonwealth recklessly introduced a significant amount of inadmissible, prejudicial, and irrelevant propensity and bad character evidence for the purpose of obtaining an indictment against Miss Reed based on her general bad character. As the Commonwealth well knows, it is a fundamental rule that the prosecution may not introduce evidence that a defendant previously has misbehaved, indictably or not, for the purpose of showing his bad character or propensity to commit crime charged. So basically, what this is saying, and this is explaining why, and why and how it's been determined in past cases, saying that just because she engaged in certain bad behavior prior to the actual incident in question, it does not make her guilty of the incident in question. Just because someone called someone an asshole, for instance, does not mean that she's capable of murder. And it does not implicate her in being a murderer in any way, shape, or form. So this is what this is explaining. Because, like I said, there's a lot to go over. I'm just going to leave out certain things that are, like I said, a lot of legal jargon that I wouldn't be able to explain to you anyway, other than in short, in summary, what I'm getting out of it is simply that they recklessly introduced improper and unfair prejudicial evidence. That means shit. It means nothing. It does not implicate her in being a murderer. So it goes on to give an example. During the grand jury proceedings, the Commonwealth knowingly chose to put O'Keefe's brother, Paul O'Keefe, on the stand to testify about stories he heard from other people about an incident in Aruba. Now, we read this yesterday. This is in one of the motions filed yesterday by the defense to exclude certain grand jury testimony, Paul O'Keefe's being one of them. And I explained yesterday how this was hearsay on hearsay on hearsay. And so it's clearly double hearsay about a stupid kiss that supposedly or allegedly took place, but doesn't mean shit. But I read this yesterday, and I'm not going to read that again. I'm trying to manage time here, folks. And again, this, if you want to read it yourself, and I'm not done here yet. I'm just skipping through certain things, especially like this, for instance. I'm going to skip through this because I read it yesterday. But here you can read this stuff for yourself if you missed yesterday's live. And that's thanks to Sleuthy Goosey. I saw Sleuthy Goosey come through. Cherry obtained this for me as well. But this is the Google Drive that Sleuthy Goosey shared with me, and it's available to the public. Yeah, so yeah, that's John O'Keefe, blah blah blah. Yeah, Marietta Sullivan, blah 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 blah. Okay, so now we didn't get to this point here. Now, in what can only be described as an act of desperation to salvage the weak evidence against Miss Reed in this case, and it is weak, the Commonwealth repeatedly asked witnesses to testify about whether they had ever observed any arguments between Miss Reed and O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, knowing full well that minor run-off-the-mill arguments are not relevant to the proceedings because they are not suggestive of motive or intent to commit murder. For example, during the course of John's sister-in-law, Erin O'Keefe's testimony, ADA Lally asked her to describe any arguments Miss Reed and O'Keefe might have had, even if they were relatively minor. Wow, he actually asked her that. Unreal. Eventually, Erin O'Keefe responded, "My mother-in-law, sometimes he thought she spoiled the kids too much." Meaning John O'Keefe's mother thought that she spoiled the kids too much, or thought that Karen Reed spoiled the kids too much. April 27th, 2022, Commonwealth further elicited testimony from Erin O'Keefe that the afternoon of January 20th, 2022, Miss Reed texted her to say that O'Keefe had accused her of spoiling the kids because she took his daughter, Kaylee, to Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, no, sorry. That Karen Reed accused John O'Keefe's mother of spoiling the kids too much. Okay, sorry. I want to clear that up. And Miss Reed texted her to say that John had accused her of spoiling the kids because she took her daughter, okay, guys, I'm a little confused here. Lack of sleep, lots of coffee. Had it right the first time, I think. So that Miss Reed texted Erin to say that John had accused Karen of spoiling the kids because she took his daughter, Kaylee, to Dunkin' Donuts. After admitting this irrelevant and prejudicial testimony from Erin O'Keefe herself, ADA Lally then intentionally elicited the same cumulative testimony as hearsay from Paul O'Keefe. John didn't confide in me too much or talk about it too much. It's mostly stuff that I've heard through my wife. This is Paul. Because she had a relationship with Karen. And then the question is why, there's a question here. Why are some of the things that you've heard what are some of the things that you've heard through your wife, Erin? And Paul O'Keefe answers the typical complaining about, what they would fight about when they did fight, mostly based around buying stuff for the kids, spending too much money on the kids, spoiling the kids. My brother was one of them to have more of a humble upbringing as opposed to, having fancy, expensive clothes or stuff to that effect. Jesus Christ. The Commonwealth then chose to call law enforcement officer David DiCiccio to testify regarding Paul O'Keefe's statement that there were verbal arguments between Karen and John when alcohol was involved, quote unquote, in spite of Paul previously admitting on the stand that he had never personally witnessed any arguments between them. The Commonwealth similarly elicited irrelevant testimony from John O'Keefe's friend, Michael Cameron, that O'Keefe mentioned being annoyed with Karen because she hadn't asked him to help her fix a plumbing issue at her house and because she sometimes spoiled his kids. ADA Lally then had David DiCiccio, I know I'm saying the guy's name wrong every single time, regurgitate the grand jury the exact same problematic statements made by Michael Camerano by having him read his report memorializing his prior interview with Michael Camerano into the record at 1:20. Finally, the Commonwealth admitted testimony from Jennifer McCabe, who stated that Karen told her January 28, 2022, that she and John had gotten into a disagreement earlier because, and disagreement is in quotes, because she had taken his daughter to Dunkin' Donuts to get an iced coffee before school, and John was upset about it. April 26, 2022, grand jury minutes. And then it says the cumulative effort or effect of this prejudicial evidence cannot be understated. The Commonwealth intentionally called numerous witnesses to repeat the same highly inflammatory stories over and over again until the jury had no choice but to indict based on their general dislike of Miss Reed, rather than based on their proper consideration of whether there is probable cause to believe she committed the crimes charged. Clearly, the admission of these minor run-of-the-mill arguments have no bearing or on motive or intent to murder someone and are not suggestive of hostile relationship, but instead were elicited for the sole purpose of tarnishing Miss Reed's character. Thus, the Commonwealth recklessly admitted days' worth of inadmissible, highly prejudicial testimony with no probative value in any effort to secure an indictment against Miss Reed. So that's interesting. So, like, they're saying that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a motive to kill, dude. Like, I mean, listen, I've dated girls. I've dated women when I was a single dad with custody of my son. And I dated women, and once in a while, two of them notably would spoil my kid, would buy him stuff when I'm like, yo, I'm trying to do something here. And when you buy him stuff behind my back, it undermines what I'm trying to do. So please don't do that. But there would never be a fight about it. There might be a disagreement, but there would never be a fight about it. And never can I recall getting the vibe that one of these women that I dated wanted to kill me over it. Because I simply didn't want my kid spoiled, and I wanted to teach him gratitude over entitlement. I mean, so Yeah, that does not, I mean, that's a common argument that people have when you have a person who you're dating and you have custody of a child and you're dating somebody. That is not motive to kill anybody. It never is. That's like saying, that's like saying eating someone's leftovers in the fridge that they were saving for lunch the next day is motive to kill somebody. That's insane. It's not motive to kill anybody. Casey, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm not doing the super chat dance because I want to keep this moving along. Casey, thank you so much. Tomorrow will be the interesting as all these motions are argued. Bring the popcorn. Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting. It will be interesting. I agree. As explained below, the Commonwealth recklessly introduced incriminating lay and expert opinion testimony and rank speculation to the grand jury for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. Improper lay witness testimony. Massachusetts Evidence Code Section 701 governs the admission of lay witness testimony. Pursuant to Section 701, if the witness is not testifying as an expert, then the witness's testimony is limited to those opinions or inferences that are rationally based on the perception of the witness, helpful to a clear understanding of the witness testimony or the determination of a fact and issue, and 3, not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge within the scope of Section 702. Like I said, I'm skipping through certain things here. The Commonwealth knowingly and intentionally elicited extremely prejudicial and improper lay opinions testimony from Massachusetts State Trooper DeCiccio regarding a hearsay statement that he obtained from Paul O'Keefe on January 30th, 2022, April 27th, 2022 grand jury minutes at 112 through 113. ADA Lawley was unequivocally in possession of Trooper DeCiccio's report when he instructed Trooper DeCiccio to read the following passage from his report to the grand jury. Paul said he went to the hospital to view John's body, and it looked like John had been hit by a car. Aside from the fact that this statement is rank hearsay, Paul O'Keefe is not a forensic pathologist and has no education, knowledge, or experience to qualify as an expert in opining on manner of death. In point of fact, even the Commonwealth's own forensic medical examiner refused to go as far as to say that O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with being hit by a car. That's also very notable. Remember that. So the medical examiner never specified. The medical examiner never even specified anything about being consistent with being hit by a car. It never happened. Never once did the medical examiner go, it looked like he got hit by a car. Not even implied that a car vehicular homicide had taken place. Right? But yet for some reason, now again, I know the reason, because it's a pathetic attempt. It was an absolute attempt to fluff the grand jury for an indictment by pulling at their heartstrings and having the brother of the victim testify or emphasizing statements made by the brother of the victim so that the grand jury is like, oh my God, the poor brother. You know? That's the whole point. So then, but yet the Commonwealth wants to plant that seed in the ear of the grand jury, hearing Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, say it looked like he got hit by a car, as if that fucking matters. Because, sorry, although Paul O'Keefe's feelings in this matter, they matter. As Paul O'Keefe's feelings in this issue, they absolutely matter. But his opinion as to things that can only be determined by a professional, those do not matter. He is not qualified to determine John O'Keefe's matter of death. He is not qualified at all. So here they are trying to put that forward as some sort of evidence to indict, while not explaining and not making it clear to the grand jury, well, the medical examiner couldn't even determine that he was hit by a car. So John mentioning this shouldn't have even been mentioned, even though it's hearsay, because I'm not reading anything yet that says that Paul O'Keefe testified in front of the grand jury that it looked like he had been hit by a car. I'm not seeing that at all. What I'm hearing is a detective reiterating to the grand jury hearsay that Paul O'Keefe said that it looked like he got hit by a car. Grand jury should have never even heard that. This is a sham, dude. Right. But said they were not consistent with an altercation too. How would you know that? Exactly. This is crazy. Thus, the Commonwealth intentionally elicited this improper lay opinion testimony to fill gaps in the case that their qualified expert could not. Thus, the admission of this improper opinion evidence at ADA Lawley's direction was improper and was admitted for the sole purpose of prejudicing the jury. I agree. And then here we go. Similarly, the Commonwealth used speculative testimony by Jennifer and Matt McCabe to fill other gaping holes in don't do it, Cherry. In the Commonwealth's case. For example, the Commonwealth improperly allowed Matt McCabe to speculate that the reason Miss Reed and O'Keefe never came into the Albert residence that night was because they got into an argument. A baseless assumption that was otherwise completely unsupported by the record, which is true because everybody said that they looked like they were getting along. Everything was fine. They were drinking, having a good time. Nobody seemed intoxicated, and nobody seemed like they were fighting. They seemed in good spirits. That's what everybody testified to. And then Matt McCabe decides to sit in front of the grand jury all of a sudden. A couple months later, after giving an official statement that he never signed, taken by a friend of the family, and then testifies in front of the grand jury that that I think it's because they got in an argument. Karen's car was out there. We just thought it was weird, in hindsight, where they were having a disagreement in the car. It wasn't as if they pulled up and I looked outside and the next thing you knew, they were gone. They definitely moved the car and for some reason just never came into the house. So Matt McCabe sees all this. Jennifer McCabe sees them drive away from the property, but yet, and even sees and overhears an argument that they're having in the car. Can see that they're arguing in the car. Right? But never sees Karen hit him with the car. This is insane. Additionally, the Commonwealth asked Jennifer McCabe to speculate as to why John's daughter might have described Miss Reed as acting crazy, quote unquote, on the morning of January 29, 2022. I think Blank is referring to the crazy as when she first called me, it was John. So the crazy would be Karen telling me that they got into it, a fight. He didn't come home. He was at the waterfall. Then her remembering the second story of being at my sister's. We got to get to Fairview. To then had told me that this is all redacted here. Told me to change the story again and said to somebody else that he was dead and got hit by a plow. So those were the things that Blank was referring to when she was saying that Karen was acting crazy. April 26, 2022 grand jury minutes. Thus, the Commonwealth intentionally invited this incredibly inculpatory, improper, speculative testimony in clear violation of the dictates in the Commonwealth versus Buckman, blah, 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 for the purpose of filling for the purpose of filling missing holes with speculation rather than facts, for purpose of ensuring Miss Reed was indicted. Improper expert opinion testimony. Sorry, I'm looking at chat a little bit here. Before I get into that, let me see something here. All right. Now, just while I feed Clubber, I'm going to play the Chad Daybell trial live. Now, I'm going to have opinions on this case because I will be following it, but I won't cover it too much. I'm not going to cover the trial, but I'm going to give my opinions from time to time because I did follow this case pretty closely. And I wonder how Chad Daybell. I wondered how Chad Daybell tried to get out of this, but he is doing exactly what I expected to do based on what I was hearing his lawyer say in opening statements, which was basically he's trying to throw Lori Vallow under the bus and put it all on her, which is really, really predictable. But like I said, while I feed Clubber, I'm going to play this in the meantime, and I will be back.
And that was tracked with the actual exhibits. So I think the system works. We just need to make sure that individually, for example, with that, if there's multiple exhibits within a number, then we outline exactly what came in. That way we make sure the jury doesn't see any evidence they weren't supposed to see and then see all the evidence they are supposed to see. So we'll continue to work on that process as we start next week. Before we conclude today, then, is there anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone in attendance today, also for following the court's conduct orders. I appreciate it very much. Moving recess for the day.
All rise, please.
Okay, so a shorter day. Little bit surprised. I thought we were going to hear from the second witness called on by the state, but looks like from hearing Judge Boyce, we're ahead of schedule. Kind of a surprise there. I guess jury selection in their eyes got done quicker than most, and actually it wasn't too bad. Took about a week or so. So they need tomorrow they're off to get more time for witnesses to come in ahead of schedule. Don't know which specific witnesses, but there's a lot of planning and logistics that go into place for the state, and then it will line up with when the defense will call on its witnesses. But right now, it looks like no court until Monday, and the judge reminding jurors to, hey, you have a long break. Do not watch any coverage. Do not do any research, although you may be tempted. Do not look for anything out there, because that's not what they want. You're not supposed to do that when you are on a jury for a triple murder case. So, questions and comments below. Where do we start? To recap with this, Ray Hermosillo, he went through it the past 2 days to relive everything again, but he knows this case like no other, being that he's one of the Rexburg detectives on this huge case for so long. He details really the focus. I want to focus on this, how the kids were found. That was so important for the jury to hear, because the jury has walked into this pretty much fresh with a blank slate. They may know the name Lori Vallow, they may have heard the name Chad Daybell, but how were the kids found? They know that the kids were missing. They know that Lori and Chad got married very quickly, and that they were in Hawaii for some time vacationing. This was a national missing persons case for these siblings. But how were they found on the property of Chad Daybell? He is the defendant in this case. And these are some gruesome details that they went over. One thing to point out is that after that happened, Pryor went into cross-examination with so many questions. He touched on so many different topics to try and get clarified with Hermosillo. But you got to think about, if you're the jury, does the jury know the names Melanie Gibb and David Warwick? These are witnesses in last year's trial. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were friends of Lori Vallow. Melanie Gibb and Lori specifically did a podcast together about their about religion and about their faith, and so they were there on the night of September 22nd. Melanie Gibb and her boyfriend David Warwick go to Rexburg. They visit for this trip, and Tylee's not there, because she was last seen on September 8th, and that's when she's believed to have been killed. JJ is seen that night, and then after that, he's never seen again. But to bring up these names, I don't know if it even casted doubt or left the jurors more confused. Like, who are you talking about, John Pryor? Hermosillo's answering what he can answer, and then they still don't really have a grasp on who Alex Cox is. Now, it did help that they had a timeline and sort of like a graphic or exhibit showing who's who: Alex, Lori, Chad, Charles Vallow, JJ, Tylee, this part of this family tree, but they still don't know a lot about Alex Cox, and they will learn that. So I don't know if John Pryor jumping all over.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, bro.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
Okay, we're getting back to this. Yeah, not a very eventful day, apparently, in the Chad Daybell trial. Now, let's get back to this. Let's breeze through this. Clubber is chowing down. Boy. All right. So, all right. let's skip through all that. So here the Commonwealth instructed Trooper Proctor to read into the record multiple reports written by Massachusetts State Police computer forensics expert Trooper Guarano, which included Trooper Guarano's repeated baseless opinion that O'Keefe was the victim of a motor vehicle homicide. Right. So, wow. Indeed, as borne out in the following exchange, ADA Lally explicitly instructed Trooper Proctor to admit the following inadmissible and prejudicial evidence. What is that Trooper Guarano does for the State Police Detective Unit at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? And Proctor says he's technology, a bit of an expert on cell phones, computers, and infotainment systems. And then the question follows: did Trooper Guarano write a report in regard to the seizure and attempted examination of the infotainment system? If you could read from the report at this time, the answer says that Proctor goes on to read, and he says, on Saturday, January 29, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, okay, not of the Massachusetts State Police. This is very important. This is what this report says. Of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, not of the Massachusetts State Police, but of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through my investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. At this time, we were unable to access the data and analyze it. Both systems are secured at the Norfolk County DA's office for future analysis. This is very important right here, folks. Pay attention, because here he says that this is Proctor sitting on the stand in front of the grand jury. This is Proctor saying, oh, wow, clever. Good boy, buddy. Good boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Sorry, he ate all this food, and I always like to congratulate him for that. Sometimes he doesn't eat all this food. Proud of you, buddy. Good job. Go lay down. Go play. Go play. So this is really important, because even Proctor says right here, he's technology, a bit of an expert on cell phones, computers, and infotainment systems. Okay? This is the purpose that this guy serves for the Massachusetts State Police and for the Norfolk County DA's office, for Michael Morrissey's office, right? So this guy, he says that in his report, and this is that tech guy's report. On Saturday, January 29, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through my investigation, this is the tech guy who specializes strictly in cell phones, computers, and infotainment systems. Through his investigation, it was found that John O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. Okay, right? But then it goes on to say, at this time, we were unable to access the data and analyze it. Both systems are secured at the Norfolk County DA's office for future analysis. So they were unable, this guy was unable to retrieve the data. He was unable to retrieve the very thing that he is qualified to analyze. It wasn't available. They were unable to retrieve it and he was therefore unable to analyze it, yet determined that John O'Keefe was hit and killed via vehicular homicide. Now, this is funny because he's not qualified to say whether or not he was. Now, he would be if he was able to retrieve the data and analyze it. And then there was a system that said, okay, well, that system says, okay, well, she slammed on her brakes or accelerated too fast, or the sensor system detected a figure and at this time, or the reverse camera picked up the footage of her hitting John O'Keefe, none of which took place. The only things that would be able to qualify this man to say it was my determination that he died of vehicular homicide, they weren't even able to retrieve. That data that would be able to that would allow this man to make that determination, they were unable to retrieve. And it's in the same fucking breath of his report. Think about that. He says John O'Keefe died of vehicular homicide, but we were unable to collect the data that would allow my expert opinion to determine this. Okay. Wow, man. This is fucking bizarre. And I'm wondering why the grand jury didn't catch some of this. And then it goes on to say, and then it asks, did Trooper Guano write a report in regard to the seizure and attempted examination of the infotainment system? If you could read that report at this time, okay? And then Proctor reads Guarino's, I know I've pronounced that before, it's Guarino, that's how you say it. On Saturday, January 29, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death. Okay, yeah, sorry, I already read that. And then Lally knowingly elicited Trooper Guarino's completely baseless and unsubstantiated expert opinion that John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle, in spite of the fact that the basis for his opinion was his inability to access or download the vehicle's infotainment system. Then ADA Lally did it again. Now, in addition to that, did Trooper Guarino write a report in regard to a cell phone extraction or forensic analysis of the cell phone belonging to Karen Reed? And then Proctor says correct. And then Lally asks him, and if you could read from Trooper Guarino's report in regard to that at this time. And then it says, through my investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone belonging to Karen Reed, who is a suspect in a homicide. At this time, we are unable to access the data on the phone, and it's secured at the Norfolk DA's office. Wow. Thus again, ADA Lally intentionally elicited a hearsay statement with zero probative value, i.e. that Trooper Guarino was unable to analyze Karen Reed's cell phone for the sole purpose of admitting Trooper Guarino's incredibly prejudicial and improper expert opinion that Mr. O'Keefe was the victim of a vehicular homicide, falsely insinuating to the grand jury that he must have reviewed the electronic evidence in this case suggesting O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. This opinion was unquestionably meant to deceive the jury into believing that the Commonwealth had already conclusively determined that O'Keefe was killed by a car, a proposition which is patently incorrect. Then again, ADA Lally forced the baseless conclusion down the grand jury's throat a third time by having Trooper Proctor read yet another prejudicial report authored by Trooper Guarino into the record. Through my investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's cell phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis. A copy of the cell phone extraction was placed on the server for future reference. Thus, the grand jury was presented with a completely baseless assertion by Trooper Guarino under the guide of expert opinion. Testimony that his analysis of O'Keefe's cell phone established that O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle. Trooper Guarino's prejudicial and inculpatory expert opinion was not based on any facts or data, that was not the product of reliable principles or methods as required by Massachusetts, blah, 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 blah. Rather, the Commonwealth intentionally elicited the information to fix a fatal flaw in the prosecution's case. And that is that the manner of death was a vehicular homicide. Yeah, which is not determined, folks. Never officially determined. Never officially determined, at least by nobody who was qualified to do so. So that's fascinating. The evidence before this grand jury must consist of reasonably trustworthy information, sufficient to warrant a reasonable, prudent person in believing that the defendant has committed the offense. So this is saying that the Commonwealth intentionally and repeatedly admitted prior consistent statements of the Commonwealth's witnesses for the purpose of strengthening their otherwise weak case and hiding significant impeachment evidence to secure an indictment in the case. Yeah, I'm not going to read all of this. Here, the Commonwealth repeatedly elicited prior consistent statements of witnesses in an effort to make their case appear stronger by the quantity rather than the quality of the evidence. For example, in spite of the fact that Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Officer Saraf all testified before the grand jury, ADA Lally insisted on having Trooper Proctor read verbatim his reports, memorializing the entirety of all of those witnesses' prior statements to the grand jury. Thus, throughout the grand jury proceedings, the Commonwealth utterly failed to impeach a single witness or ask Trooper Proctor to testify based on his own memory, which is very interesting. What those witnesses told him about a particular issue in the past. Apparently, Trooper Proctor was afraid of perjuring himself and was not confident that the conversations actually happened as he described in his reports. This type of presentation was meant to leave the jurors with the false impression that certain claims were supported by multiple witnesses, when in fact they were merely regurgitations of the same fact through different individuals. Wow. Yeah, so that's what he's saying. He's basically saying, by having all of these people regurgitate the same bullshit over and over again, verbatim, by having them do this, it doesn't strengthen their case. It's just, you had all of these people hanging out together. You know what I mean? They've all, in their own right, been caught by lies, been caught in lies, but yet they're all testifying to the same bullshit story, sticking to their same bullshit story.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy, man. Yeah, they didn't see anything. Clever, what are you doing, buddy? The cumulative effect of the Commonwealth's false and deceptive presentation to the jury, omission of exculpatory evidence, and repeated admission of inadmissible, irrelevant, and prejudicial evidence influenced the grand jury's decision to indict. And this just explains all of that. Like, we already know. Yeah, we already know. So here's the redacted stuff here. Looks like I'm going to get through this a lot quicker than I thought I was going to. So this just has all of the attached evidence. When they say Exhibit A or Exhibit B attached, this is that stuff. I can't tell what these are. And this right here is the lawsuit against Lank from the, what do you call them? The Lopolitos. So this is the lawsuit against Lank with all of the details, which we heard everything that we needed to hear. But I'm going to be interested in reading all of this actually at some point. There's a lot here. So yeah, this is just all of the exhibits. So that's it. That's really the entire motion. Well, there are no crime scene photos. There are no crime scene photos, and I'm not going to show crime scene photos on this channel. Except for what they show in trial. I have no control over what they show in trial, but I'm not going to deliberately go, let's look up crime scene photos and let me show them. I'm just not going to do that. So now what I'm interested in is why didn't they? Now it's interesting. If you noticed, we were expecting, at least I was expecting at least some of the reports from the federal findings. We didn't see any of that. Yeah, so we didn't see any of the reports from the federal findings. So again, this is stuff we're probably not going to see. Yeah, well, I expected Scott McGinnis. I know that they're all still sealed. What I expected though was at least the stuff that was discussed in open court. That's what I thought we were going to see, but we're not seeing that. So, yeah, ask Bob. You're saying the grand jury system is so broken. That's possible. I mean, I was thinking that as I was reading, I was like, because some of this stuff is just like, these grand jury people, they can't be that stupid. Like, are there are there grand jury people that are connected to the Alberts? I don't know. Yeah, good point, Cherry. The Globe thought that was going to happen too. So the Globe got a big fat nothing. The Globe got nothing. The Globe was trying to find out what happened, what the federal findings were. So, guys, we don't have anything on the federal investigation. Nothing other than what was said in open court. That's all we've got. We've got nothing in writing. Nothing. Not yet. But we will. I don't know how long it's going to take.
But once it's entered into evidence during the trial, then we'll have access to it. I'm 99% sure of that. That's something you'd have to ask like Melanie Little or somebody who knows more than I do. I would think so. I don't know. Well, no, I know that the investigation's not over. And that's really the main reason why it's impounded. That's the main reason why why they don't want that stuff shown. Is because they don't want to compromise their ongoing investigation into Michael Morrissey's district attorney's office. And that bums me out about the Globe too, man. Because man, I recently realized that after remembering the movie Spotlight, that it was them who uncovered the problem in the priesthood in Boston of kids getting interfered with by the priests. You guys want to hang out for a little while? I thought this was going to take a little while longer. I mean, I'm here. I got an idea. Let's see. Oh, that's 4 hours, man. I'll just go over it for a little while and see what happens just for fun.
I don't think the court will accept a plea deal that does not involve her allocuting and explaining.
Of course, bro. Like, see what I mean? It's like shooting fish in a barrel, bro. Like, all I got to do is pull up Plevin and their stupid talk about a fucking plea deal. That's never going to happen. That is never going to happen. Like, are you kidding me with that? The fact that the people are even discussing the possibility of a plea deal tells me everything that I need to know. Right? Like, have you been listening? Do you realize that the prosecution has no case? Exactly, Sarah. A fountain of content. I mean, dude, the prosecution has absolutely no case. This is mind-blowing, dude.
Explaining what she knew and when she knew it. I think that would, if the, my understanding is that the court is not even open to a plea at this point. Now, I think at some point they should be, right? But they feel like they have such a strong case and they're really angry about the way this has been, the defense has conducted itself, that they just are not even receptive to the idea of a plea. They're ready for trial. They want to go. That's what I'm getting from multiple sources.
No,
Jason says
dude.
every time need to stop at the bombshells. I hear you. It is,
dude. That's not the case, dude. Like, the prosecution wants a win. They'll take, like, if the defense even remotely indicated whatsoever that they were down to take a plea deal, the prosecution would jump on it. Now you've got Plevin up here with the logic that no, their case is so strong that the plea deal's off the table from the prosecution. The prosecution's like, no plea deals. We're going to convict you to the fullest extent of the law with no evidence. Right. Okay, Plevin. Like, get real, dude. They don't have any evidence. The plea deal is off the table because the defense is like, fuck you. Like, not only are we going to exonerate our client, but we're going to implicate the people involved in covering up a murder. And we're going to implicate people who framed Karen Reed. I mean, the fantasy world that Plevin lives in is beyond me, dude. I love it. Oh, Plevin.
It is actually, I even thought about that because I was putting this together last second. But I did end up thinking, like, Jesus, you can't always have a bombshell every day. You know, it's like I follow AI news too. AI developments has been a lot in the last couple of years, but there's one channel that's really good. But it's like every week, groundbreaking, you know, developments in AI news, and it gets me like, all right, you know. But there were bombshells today. To me, they're bombshells. So we'll go over them. And you can,
Yeah,
when I say
yeah,
bombshells, I don't mean it's like a confession or a video of you know, the accident or something like that. You know, I don't mean that.
When I say bombshells, what I mean is not anything that actually fucking matters, but bombshells in how I'm going to take what the defense put out there and I'm going to twist it to mean whatever the fuck I want.
These are bombshells. Like I said, this is a case that's going to be studied. I think there are going to be whole semesters on this case in law schools for decades. It's crazy. This is unprecedented stuff. This war that's going on. Even just the fact that the feds launched an investigation before the trial, a year and a half before the trial, while the state still, you know, after the state had completed the grand jury, but long before the trial and while that whole process was underway. That's, no one seemed to know, and other attorneys did not seem to know of any examples of that happening before, because it's amazing. It's just the very existence of that federal investigation influences the trial. And we're going to see that mentioned in some of the documents that come up that were put by the prosecution. Julie, good to see you out in Indiana. Julie, some really interesting stuff on Delphi. To me, there's no doubt that Richard Allen did it, but I think there's some problems with the investigation that in theory could lead to reasonable doubt. Hopefully they have more evidence. I'm hoping they have blood evidence from the car or something from the house. Chris A says Canone has been shady. At least I think you got it backwards, my friend. It's been the feds that have been shady.
What?
And this is the thing: is a lot of people here
How have the
that are on
feds
the
been
free
shady?
side tend to be conservative and tend to be Trump supporters. And
wow,
I am a moderate conservative myself. I don't really care much for the Republican Party, but I generally vote that way because I don't trust the Democrats at all. So it's been a long time since I voted for a Democrat. But one of the reasons is I don't trust what the federal government does. You have to have a federal government. I'm not one of those guys living out in the woods saying, get rid of the feds. No. But the federal government listen, you can have corruption at any level of government or in any human organization. But the feds, as you're seeing the way they're operating here, they seem unaccountable to everybody else. They're arrogant. They're extremely powerful. Those are the type of things that draw corruption. But the fact that when you're unaccountable to anybody else, that's what leads to corruption. And you've seen the way the feds have dealt with this whole case here. They refused the letters from D.A. Morrissey for a year. They refused to send anybody to Judge Canone's court and explain what they're doing and explain why they're very strangely interfering with her trial. And she now is on stronger legal ground, I think, and we'll see in this letter in a second. I think they've declared war. So to me, the feds are the problem here. But, you know, time will tell when we get all the evidence. Joey Diego says the U.S. Attorney's Office basically threatened to move the entire case to federal court. Is that what the threat is? I don't think they have the power to do that. So, you know, but I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I'm not sure what. I don't know. I don't think you can move a murder case to federal court. They don't have that kind of power. We have what's called dual sovereignty in this case. But I'll keep that in mind, Joey. And I'm about to read that letter, and maybe we can find out some research on it. Turtle Slayer, good to see you, bro, or possibly a woman. I don't know. Pat, good to see you, my friend. As always, thank you. Eldon is here to entertain us. Mike from Shamrock Sports is my friend. Mike is sick of bombshell too. I'm sorry, Mike. I apologize. It is overused, but this is big stuff today. So. Coffee Kristen, good to see you.
This is big stuff.
Fiona, always good to see you. Thank you, guys.
Big stuff.
Mel said they were waiting. Well, we're here. I'm here. And I wish that I was a criminal lawyer or a constitutional scholar, because these are the kind of issues we're looking at here. And I wish I could bring you that kind of analysis, but
you're an idiot.
That kind of stuff seems to be really sparse out there. There are some national shows that are discussing this case, but they don't seem to be digging very deeply. One person, Lawyer Lee, has taken on this case, but again, not too deeply, but I do find her to be very credible and interesting. I've seen that I don't know, hopefully she has nothing scheduled last night or tonight on it. So I don't know. I'm hoping she's looking at these documents. Chrome Doll, I'm back and listening. Elaine, good to see you. Emily Suzanne from down in Tennessee. People are freaking out that the kids are going to testify. EC says one man's bombshell is another man's dud. Well, let's go over it and let's see. Chris Weber says the bombshells are just to get people to click. All right, but we'll see. All right, we're going to go over this and you will see. All right, so let's get to it. Again, just to refresh. So yesterday, the Boston Globe filed a motion wanting to get some of the materials that involve the federal materials. Now, the federal materials that were handed over as a result of their extensive investigation, including a grand jury that met for over a year.
Okay.
Those notes went to both sides. The product.
Shut up for a second, Plevin. So reread page 106. Okay, hold on. If this is a nothing burger, man. Oh, someone said read 106. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, okay, so this is, but like I said, it doesn't yeah, so this is in regards to the federal investigation, but it doesn't actually say anything that wasn't already addressed in open court. Yeah, this is all stuff we already know. Because everything that matters is redacted. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. I mean, all right. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Okay. So this is in regards to the federal investigation. So supplemental memorandum of points and authorities in support of defendant's motion to dismiss indictments. And in the meantime, I saw that apparently Grant and Turtle Boy had a debate on Law and Crime, I think. I'm not sure if it was Law and Crime. But I want to watch that. if anybody knows where I could find that, let Cherry know, and Cherry will let me know. Because I want to see it. But I'll read this. Let me go ahead and read this. Since everybody's yelling at me. Defendant Karen Reed hereby files the instant supplemental memorandum of points and authorities in support of their defendant's motion to dismiss indictments pursuant to Commonwealth. On February 28, 2024, the court granted the Commonwealth's motion to impound the confidential federal documents, and the entirety of the confidential federal documents were lodged with the court, blank, with the integrity. The grand jury proceeding was impaired by an unfair and misleading presentation to the grand jury, requiring dismissal of the indictments to this case. The supplemental memorandum of points and authorities. The grand jury serves a vital purpose in our system, blah, 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 standing in the... Okay. We already know that. The Commonwealth and its agents impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings by presenting false and deceptive evidence and withholding known exculpatory information. Okay. As set
forth in defendant's motion to dismiss the indictments, and herein, throughout the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence to the grand jury, the Commonwealth repeatedly elicited false and deceptive evidence and withheld exculpatory information, which was known to the Commonwealth or its agents at the time of the grand jury proceedings, and distorted the facts presented to the grand jury for the purpose of obtaining an indictment, as long held by the Supreme Judicial Court in Commonwealth versus Odell, blah, 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 blah. Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's numerous false and deceptive statements to the grand jury were made for the purpose of securing an indictment and impaired the integrity of the grand jury. As set forth in defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment, Trooper Proctor knowingly presented false and deceptive evidence to the grand jury for the purpose of obtaining an indictment against Karen Reed. In the motion to dismiss, Ms. Reed submitted significant evidence in support of her claim that Trooper Proctor intentionally withheld the fact that he has a long-standing personal relationship with numerous witnesses in this case for the purpose of making his investigation into John O'Keefe's death appear unbiased. As the lead investigator assigned to this case, Trooper Proctor testified extensively regarding his interviews with witnesses, the seizure of evidence, and his observations relating to the case. Trooper Proctor intentionally misrepresented himself to the grand jury as an unbiased investigator who had no personal relationship with any of the witnesses in the case. First, as set forth in defendant's motion to dismiss the indictments, Trooper Proctor intentionally and deceptively withheld significant information establishing his long-standing relationship with the Alberts in his testimony before the grand jury. In the Commonwealth's opposition, Assistant District Attorney McLaughlin characterizes Trooper Proctor's supposed close and personal relationship with the witnesses in this case as entirely unfounded and a desperate creation of the defense. Indeed, contrary to the Commonwealth's false assertion in the opposition that Trooper Proctor's relationship with Chris and Julie Albert was limited to attendance to his sister's wedding more than 10 years ago. In the Commonwealth's opposition, ADA McLaughlin intentionally minimizes and misrepresents the nature of, folks. You know what this means.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you so much. The Last Clam. You and Turtle Boy should stream the trial together. Going to have to step up 3 devices to watch you, Turtle Boy, and of course Tom. I don't know of Turtle Boy's plans to stream the trial every day. I assume he's busier than that. I'm only doing it because I can. But I mean, there will be times where I'll be streaming along the same time as other creators, and I'm not going to be hurt if you watch it with someone else. It's not going to hurt me at all. If you're interested in my insight, you can catch the replay. That's perfectly cool. Like I said, no hard feelings. I'm not in competition with anyone else here. And Last Clam, by the way, you win Handle of the Day. The Last Clam, thank you so much. I'll be checking in on Tom, of course, and what he's streaming. And yes, what I plan on doing is I am hoping to collaborate with a lot of different creators in this case, whether they be during the trial, whether they be discussions after the hearings,
whatever they may be. I definitely plan on collaborating with other creators, people that we see comment on Twitter. I'll be in contact with a lot of familiar people, trying to work something out with them to where we can talk and have days where we talk about the case and about the trial. So that will happen. So yeah. Let me continue this real quick. In the Commonwealth's opposition, ADA McLaughlin intentionally minimizes and misrepresents the nature of Trooper Proctor's relationship with Chris Albert and Julie Albert, both of whom are witnesses in this case, by stating that the scant evidence of Trooper Proctor's relationship with Chris and Julie Albert is limited to photographs from Trooper Proctor's sister's wedding for more than 10 years ago. To be clear, the defense submitted numerous photographs spanning many years, which established Trooper Proctor's long-standing familiar relationship with the Alberts. In one of these photographs, Trooper Proctor is depicted sitting on the same table as Chris and Julie Albert at his sister's wedding. The Commonwealth's deliberate ignorance regarding the nature of Trooper Proctor's relationship with Julie Albert and Chris Albert defies logic. Now, remember, guys, when I was talking about Turtle Boy and Turtle Boy being responsible for uncovering a lot of the evidence. So far, I have not seen the defense present anything that was directly provided to them by Turtle Boy, or provided to the public by Turtle Boy, I should say. So far, I have not seen that. So remember when I was saying, I wonder what's going to happen, because I am convinced that they are going to try to discredit. I am convinced that the prosecution is going to try to discredit the evidence, the exculpatory evidence presented by the defense, and what the prosecution was doing by charging and jailing Turtle Boy, and seizing Karen Reed's phones, all to just discredit the evidence uncovered by Turtle Boy, right? But when you think about it, like, you take this instance, right? You take this particular example, the relationship between Proctor and the McCabe's and the Alberts, that relationship was absolutely uncovered by Turtle Boy, but anybody could have found those things. Any investigator, anybody with any sleuthing skills whatsoever, such as a private investigator hired by the defense, could have come up with the stuff that they are presenting here. Now, not necessarily the photograph, because if you notice, none of these documents, none of the presentation states, like none of the hearings where Jackson and Yannetti are presenting evidence to the judge, that none of them are saying, well, here is a photograph of Jennifer McCabe parked at Michael Proctor's house. See, that's not being used. That was directly provided by Turtle Boy. But see, I'm not seeing, this is what's interesting. I was worried because I was like, how is the defense going to stand up for Turtle Boy and his credibility? What are they going to do? How are they going to defend the evidence provided by Turtle Boy? But the thing is Turtle Boy, even though we know that he's responsible for uncovering a lot of this stuff, the defense can easily say, well, we have our own investigators. You know, we have our own investigators. How do you know that we didn't have our own investigators do this? So they're going to try to make it seem somehow nefarious, but the defense doesn't even have to address Turtle Boy. They haven't even done so. The defense is basically, by not mentioning Turtle Boy in any of their defense, they're being like, well, who cares about Turtle Boy? You know, gives a shit. Don't give a fuck.
what Turtle Boy's investigations uncover. We have our own investigators. So basically, it makes the prosecution, by bringing up Turtle Boy on a constant basis, it makes them go, Turtle who? You know what I mean? The prosecution just keeps going, well, Turtle Boy this, Turtle Boy that, and then there's this blogger and blah, 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 and then it's misdirection. But the defense still has a stance to where they could go, Turtle who? What the fuck are you, what are you rambling about? You know what I mean? So, yeah, like, I mean, again, I didn't look as closely into it and think about it as deeply as I could have, but now that I'm thinking about it, I just don't see. I see this being just another issue that the prosecution is going to be like, gives a fuck. Like the prosecution is going to try, and then the defense is going to be like, gives a fuck. Why are you talking about Turtle Boy? We're here for Karen Reed. Why do you keep talking about Turtle Boy? The fuck are you talking about? Closing arguments, the defense is going to go, the prosecution tried to distract you with stories about a blogger, and this woman is on trial for her life. They were required to provide you with proof that she killed John O'Keefe with her vehicle, and yet they failed to do it. And all they did was try to distract you with stories about an independent blogger. That's absolutely what the defense would, in my mind, would absolutely do. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they just shut down the prosecution's case? That's their job. Turtle who? Now, of course, you know, I mean, if the prosecution proves that they have some sort of, connection, then, you know, of course, the defense is going to have to address it and acknowledge Turtle Boy, but they're not going to sit there and you know, if the prosecution's going to ride their whole case on Turtle Boy, the defense can easily just make them look really stupid for doing so. Like, okay, dude. Yeah, turtle guy. Okay. What about Karen Reed's guilt and the evidence against her? What's that? Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. Turtle Boy has done great and brought us all the story, but the FBI and Karen Reed's PI were ahead. They found Lucky, the plow guy, before Turtle Boy, for example. Okay, thank you very much. And Turtle Boy's in the chat, I think. I just saw him. I know I'm not crazy. There we go. What's up, dude? This is going to be good for business. If they make this nationally televised trial about me, I'm going to be Kato Caitlin. Oh, my God. So yeah. And speaking of which, I'm glad you're here because I want to find out, like, you were apparently on a panel with Grant. I got to see that. I want to go over it, but I don't know where to find it. So, that's driving me crazy right now. If you have a link, just drop it in chat. And then I'll go over it. Now, rest in peace, OJ. Fuck OJ. Fuck OJ. Yeah, no, I saw that on Twitter just now because I was looking for the actual clip, but I don't have the clip. I just saw a screenshot. Let me continue reading this till we get there. Hold on. Commonwealth and its agents intentionally misled the jury by allowing Trooper Buchanan to falsely insinuate to the grand jury that he and Trooper Proctor had never met Chris and Julie Albert before interviewing them on February 10th, 2022 by testifying following formal introductions. Julie Albert provided her cell phone number and Chris Albert stated his cell phone number. Regardless, Trooper Buchanan falsely suggested to the grand jury that he and Trooper Proctor formally introduced themselves to Chris and Julie Albert, in spite of the fact that Trooper Proctor has known Chris and Julie Albert for more than a decade. Now, this, I will say, is a defense lawyer's trick. I like to be, oh, okay, it won't be till Monday. Okay, thanks, Turtle Boy. I appreciate it, buddy. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, because what it says was after formal introductions. That's what Buchanan's statement says, after formal introductions. So it doesn't specify that Proctor was formally introduced to these Alberts. It doesn't say that like the Buchanan's report does not say that both of them, it doesn't specify that both of them were formally introduced to Chris and Julie Albert. It just says after formal introductions. So could be that it was the first time he met them, and he just assumed that it was the first time that Trooper Proctor had met them. But it doesn't specify anything. So it doesn't really insinuate. I mean, it kind of does. You can interpret it that way. It's kind of one of those things where it's just a matter of how you choose to interpret it. But it does not deliberately, like, it does not prove that Buchanan deliberately lied. Right there, at least not in that aspect. There's a lot of other things, but not that. So, like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate there, but this information was intentionally withheld from the state grand jury. Instead, Trooper Buchanan was permitted to testify at length before the grand jury regarding his interview with Brian Higgins on February 3rd, 2022, which included the fact that Higgins took it upon himself to selectively print out text message between himself, Karen Reed, and John O'Keefe. Wow. May 18th, 2022. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Rather than elicit testimony that would, well, meaning that I was wrong about what this contained. I guess I wasn't done here. Sergeant Buchanan took the unprecedented step of failing to properly secure a critical piece of evidence. Sergeant Buchanan was impermissibly allowed to vouch for Brian Higgins' credibility and state Brian understood the magnitude of his actions and assured me that all of the data is complete and accurate. Notably, as explained in further detail. Now, again, a lot of this is redacted, so if something seems out of context, I can't help you. It's just, it's redacted. Nothing I can do about it. Notably, as explained in further detail in defendant's motion to dismiss, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey immediately identified a conflict on the morning of January 29th, 2022, and ordered the Massachusetts State Police to take over the O'Keefe investigation precisely because Kevin Albert, a detective with the Canton Police Department, is brothers with Brian Albert, the owner of the home where John O'Keefe was found dead. As set forth in defendant's motion to dismiss, Brian Albert is the homeowner of 34 Fairview Road. We already know all this, blah, 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 CPAC unit, blah, blah, blah. We already read that. Because of Trooper Proctor's personal bias and long-standing relationship with the Alberts, Trooper Proctor consistently testified before the grand jury in a manner that distorted the facts to the grand jury in what can only be described as a concerted effort to shield his longtime friends from criminal liability and ensure the grand jury indicted Miss Reed. For example, at the grand jury, Trooper Proctor testified extensively regarding ring video surveillance obtained in connection with this case and falsely suggested that Miss Reed may have deleted video footage showing her arrival home at the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. If Trooper Proctor had testified truthfully regarding his compromising relationships with nearly all of the Commonwealth's witnesses in this case, the grand jury would have reached the more reasonable conclusion regarding the missing ring video footage, namely that Trooper Proctor, the compromised law enforcement officer who admittedly had access to O'Keefe's ring account, deleted the footage because it would have shown Miss Reed's taillight intact. Yeah. So I love that. That's the kind of shit that you hear from like Grant and Plevin that and Twat and Dopper that, oh, well, the ring camera footage, Karen Reed had access to the ring camera footage and then deleted certain parts of the ring camera footage. No. Proctor had access to the ring camera footage. And Proctor has been caught on so many lies already. And Proctor had more motive to delete the ring camera footage in order to keep his story consistent on the taillight. Crystal J gifted 1 membership. Right on. Thank you very much. And congrats to Resting Bitch Face. Thank you so much. This is crazy. This is just crazy. Additionally, as explained more fully in the motion to dismiss, Assistant District Attorney Lawley elicited misleading testimony from Trooper Proctor regarding the manner of O'Keefe's death. At the Commonwealth's direction, Trooper Proctor was instructed to read the cause of death determination from O'Keefe's death certificate into the record, namely blunt impact injuries or head and of the head and hypothermia, suggesting that the cause of death was generally consistent with the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Intentionally withheld from the grand jury, however, is the fact that O'Keefe's death certificate also states the manner of death could not be determined, which they deliberately left out from the grand jury. Here, like in Odell, the reason the Commonwealth wanted Trooper Proctor to read only a portion of the death certificate into the record is because the medical examiner's inability to determine the manner of death is clearly exculpatory and would have undermined the Commonwealth's ability to secure an indictment in this case. In the Commonwealth's opposition, ADA McLaughlin cites Commonwealth versus Ellis for the proposition that the word homicide should be excluded from a death certificate in a criminal trial because such a finding would prejudice a defendant in a case where the defense to the murder is that the killing was accidental. This is important because a grand jury basically is to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to indict someone, enough evidence to seek a conviction, to put them on trial, to charge them with a crime. So it's not up to the grand jury to determine whether or not it was a homicide. It's up to the grand jury to determine whether or not there's enough to charge them with a homicide, enough to take them to court and prove in court that they are absolutely the perpetrators of a homicide. So, yeah, this is crazy that this is going to trial. Yeah, so a trial might determine whether this was, a trial might determine that it was an accident. A trial might, because even still, even after the grand jury indicts, Karen Reed is still considered, under the eyes of the law, innocent until proven guilty. She is not proven guilty yet. She is only proven to be rightfully subject to charges. That's it. And even to that extent, this was done under misleading and false circumstances. I mean, It's crazy. Sorry, I just want to skip through the stuff that I already read because a lot of this stuff is kind of repetitive. Okay, here we go. At the grand jury, the Commonwealth intentionally and recklessly deceived the grand jury by presenting an incomplete extraction of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone as an exhibit before the grand jury. Noticeably missing from the Commonwealth Celebrite full file system extraction of Jennifer McCabe's iPhone 11 was the fact that Jennifer McCabe Googled "How's long to die in cold" at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, 3 hours before John O'Keefe's hypothermic and unresponsive body was found on her brother-in-law Brian Albert's front lawn. The Commonwealth presented significant self-serving testimony by Miss McCabe inculpating Miss Reed. Yet the Commonwealth intentionally withheld evidence that 2 hours after O'Keefe arrived at her brother-in-law's residence, 3 hours before she inserted herself into Miss Reed's search for John O'Keefe, and 3 hours before her discovery of her lifeless body in the cold snow of her brother-in-law's front lawn. Miss McCabe Googled "how long to die in the cold." How long does it take to die in the cold? The Commonwealth's failure to present this exceptionally exculpatory evidence, which clearly suggests the third-party culpability to the grand jury, was intentionally deceptive and impaired the grand jury, necessitating dismissal of the indictments of this case. Tom CPU, thank you, buddy. We're all working towards the same goal. Freeing Karen Reed, focus. This is about Karen. I agree. Thank you, Tom. And Diana, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the super sticker. The Commonwealth also intentionally failed to elicit testimony from Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Wait, what? Yeah, so that's interesting. We were all wondering, like, what was said in the grand jury from these witnesses. These are witnesses in the case, right? Well, why didn't they testify at the grand jury? They were there when John O'Keefe's body was found. Jennifer McCabe called 911. She stated some inculpatory shit in her statements. So why didn't the prosecution call her up to the grand jury? Why didn't Jennifer McCabe testify in front of the grand jury? Why didn't Carrie Roberts? I mean, this is crazy, people. Thus, the grand jury was improperly misled to believe that Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe both independently testified that, one, only Miss Reed was able to see John O'Keefe's body on Brian Albert's front lawn when they drove past the house in the morning of January 29, 2022, that Miss Reed told them that she didn't remember anything from the night before, and that they observed that Miss Reed's taillight was missing pieces. The Commonwealth's intentional exclusion of this material evidence, which undermines the credibility of a key prosecution witness, impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings and requires dismissal of the indictments. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Diana. I appreciate you. This is an absolute shit show, and the Commonwealth is setting themselves up for a nice, juicy shit show. Agreed. This is going to be insane. The Commonwealth's intentional exclusion of this material evidence, which undermines the credibility of key prosecution witnesses. I already read that. In conclusion, In addition to the grounds set forth in the defendant's motions to dismiss, the cumulative evidence, the cumulative effect of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's false and deceptive testimony, the Commonwealth's intentional omission of evidence establishing third-party culpability, and the intentional omission of evidence which would have undermined the credibility of key witnesses in this case, could not help but influence the grand jurors improperly to indict. And then, yeah. I'm just trying to find, okay. Yeah, I'm still not seeing. Sorry, I'm just skipping through certain things here. Okay, further, the Commonwealth did not withhold exculpatory evidence pertaining to Jennifer McKay's Google searches from the grand jury. The purported incriminating Google search did not appear in the initial download, given the version of Celebrite software that existed at the time. The defendant's contrary opinion is a disputed matter of fact that will be resolved by the trial jury. Oh, Diane, member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Jen McCabe is the shadiest witness. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, besides Proctor, absolutely. Besides Proctor, yeah. Yeah, this is just dotting I's and crossing T's. Yeah, like a lot of this is just repetitive stuff that we've already gone over. Trooper Proctor was aware of the defendant's Rule 17 motion for his communications with Jennifer McCabe was allowed by this court without his objection. Those records show the last communication occurred in August, and the communications pertained to the harassment Jennifer McCabe endured as a witness in this case. In conclusion, dismissal is not appropriate to either Odell grounds or, okay, so this is the opposition from the district attorney's office. That's all that is the opposition from the district attorney's office. That's all. Who gives a fuck? So yeah, and that's it for the okay, never mind. I guess my charger stopped working. Yeah, that's it for that motion to dismiss. Now we basically just got to wait till trial. This is it, folks. Because as we know, that motion to dismiss was denied. And regardless of everything that they said, which is absolutely provable, I mean, it's proof. And then Judge Bev thinks for some reason that this is not reason to dismiss this case. All of these conflict of interest, all it does is make me think that there's more to her conflict of interest. The fact that her brother represented Chris Albert and her family's ties to the Alberts makes me think there's more to that. Doesn't make me think that there's less to the Proctors, the McCabes, and the Alberts having their connection. It doesn't make me think less of that. It makes me think more of Judge Bev's connection to the Alberts. I mean, how could she not dismiss considering everything that I just spent almost 5 hours reviewing. How could she not dismiss based on that? It makes no sense. Dude, I'm telling you, man, Bev, you are a dirty, dirty, dirty old bat. You're a dirty, dirty old bat. I don't know what the hell they got on you, but it's something. Chris Albert's got some pull, apparently, with Judge Bev's bench. So I think that has a lot to do with it. And I sure as shit hope that I really hope the feds uncover it. I really hope that she has to just sit there and rule on these motions that are everything is inevitably going to lead to the federal government, to the U.S. Attorney's Office going, Judge Beverly Cannoni, stand up, please. You're under arrest. Like, I think that's just so fucking funny. Like, imagine her having to sit here and sit on this bench and make all of these fucked up rulings on this case. And all it's going to lead to is inevitably her in handcuffs, or at least reprimanded by the bar in some way, shape, or form. I don't even think you can. I mean, a judge has some sort of, what was it what lawyer was I hearing that was saying that a judge has absolute immunity? I think it was DUI guy on Tom's channel that was saying that the judge has absolute immunity, that there's nothing you can do. So if that's the case, then yeah, that's fucking crazy, man. This whole case is fucked up. This whole case is fucking crazy. So I don't know what to expect. I mean, we're supposed to just sit here and a judge could just do whatever the fuck she wants. That's crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. This is just a rape of justice, man. I mean, I've never seen this before. Like, of course, like, and it's crazy that people are like, you sound crazy saying words like conspiracy. No, I don't. I feel crazy not using the word conspiracy at this point. Seriously. Like, dude, you've got Proctor, Higgins, Buchanan, Berkowitz, District Attorney Morrissey, Lally, all of these people, the McCabe's. This is clearly this is the epitome of a conspiracy. This is the epitome of a conspiracy. This is, I don't give a fuck how it makes me sound. You are blind if you cannot see all of this stuff in front of you. All of the stuff that we went over, it took me almost 5 hours to go over it. All of this stuff can be verified through the court documents. And here they are as far as the grand jury testimony. They reference the minutes. They reference the minutes. That can absolutely be referenced by the judge. This is crazy. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to be it for me, folks. Thanks for hanging out with me for as long as you did. I'm sure I will go live probably again tomorrow. And yeah, guys, thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hitting the like. Thank you for sharing all that stupid stuff you're supposed to do for social media creators, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate all the stuff you guys do. It means a lot to me. Thank you for all the support. And again, we're going to hang out tomorrow. I love you guys, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.